Regular meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Thank you. Student Member Torres?
Here.
Member Wen?
Here.
Member Plancarte?
Here.
Member Jones?
Here.
Member Hill is absent, stuck in traffic. He'll be joining us soon. And President Thomas?
Here.
Thank you.
So next we move on to approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as is.
I'll second it.
Ms. Nguyen moves, Ms. Jones seconds that we approve the agenda. Please vote. Oh, Member Member Torres.
Yes.
Student preferential vote is yes.
I can do it manually for this one, and you can switch for the rest if you'd like. So what is your vote, Member Jones?
Yes.
Thank you. Votes are in. We have 4 ayes and 1 not present. Thank you.
Next, we will be moving into a 1-hour study session, and so I will turn it over to the superintendent to introduce this event. Oh, we do have a
public comment on
speaker.
item
Okay.
3.1. And my apologies, it's Ms. Cindy Parks.
Hello, Ms. Parks.
Good evening. Oh, no microphone. Oh, it's down
It's
there.
over there.
Do I need to go over there so everybody can hear? Are we televising? Or?
Yeah, but I think you project. You just project.
Okay. I'm loud enough, yeah. I just wanted to talk about the asset management. As you know, with the May revise, you're going to be having a lot of financial cuts to different programs, and being financially conscious as a board of trustee member should be. I wanted to bring up the various vacant facilities that you have, the upkeep that's still required for those facilities. They're not generating revenue for you right now. And so I think that this is wise that you're having these meetings, or this meeting especially, to actually look at where you need to go in your planning for the future. I want to also remind you that your pot of money, again, is not you don't have a tree to go out and pick money off of, that you spent $60,000 to $70,000 with Dominic Dutra and his DGS or DSG, whatever that organization was, to have a facility and asset management plan drawn up a couple years ago, and it was called NUSD 2030 plan, where he did look at your vacant properties that at that time granted, or he looked at actually all of your assets. Right now you have 2 more facilities that are now vacant that weren't included in that. But you can't keep, doing this. So there needs to be a plan, and then take that plan and carry out a vision. You had the ADIS plan that cost you $500,000, and really haven't utilized that document other than referencing it for certain things during the school consolidation. Anyhow, my whole point here is that it seems like there's a lot of talk. There's a lot of consultants that are hired. There's a lot of spending that takes place, and everything doesn't always come to fruition. And so I would just encourage you to determine where you want to go with this, and then actually carry out what you're spending public funds on, instead of just constantly hiring consultants. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Pass this along to you, Superintendent
Why, thank you.
De Leon.
It does work. Thank you, President Thomas. I appreciate it. So I am thrilled for us to present the following study session regarding our property asset management, to do exactly what Ms. Parks has suggested, is to look at our properties, learn more about the various options we have, and there he is, yay. You didn't swim. Yay. So I need to know the will of the board. Now, I understand that normally study sessions happen down at the table. Does everybody, okay, and then we project up there onto the screen? Yes, is that what we do? Okay. So at this time, if everyone would like to grab their gear and head down to the table, we'll begin our study session. Thank you.
Well, that's very effective.
Very effective.
Yeah.
Hello. How are you? It's good to meet you in person. Hello.
Okay.
Wherever you want.
They're pretty and pink.
Thank you.
I can see it. If I need to see that, let me know and I'll turn around.
I met your mommy today.
She's sweet. She's lovely.
Should I have printed out the presentation or, because I didn't?
I don't think we had a request for anything on paper. Is there anybody who would like a paper copy of the presentation? Did we
Is
have
this basically what was presented a year ago?
with like, I think 2 or 3 sentences added about the option of leasing?
Okay.
So it's the one we have in our.
For the most part, yes.
And then I'll just look at that. And I don't need to turn around. And you can see it too.
All right. Well, everyone,
To be your.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is a great first step for us to take to review. The bones of this is a presentation that was presented last year about surplus, some of our vacant school properties or surplus properties, and what options there were. I think the focus of this one was the option of sale, but I think there are other options out there that we wanted to be added to the presentation. And of course, with new trustees coming on board, we thought it would be good to do a study session on this so that we can discuss how we want to move forward as a district. So it is with much pleasure that I introduce to you Clarissa Kennedy, who will be discussing basically presenting our study session. Go ahead.
All righty. So, hello again, for those of you that I met previously. As the superintendent mentioned, this is really, we dusted off the presentation that was presented last year. We added a few items for like updating purposes and also to get the new trustees kind of up to speed on what the group talked about. And then so some of this I'm going to go through maybe at a faster clip because I want to leave a lot of time for you all to ask questions and, just really leverage me being here, whatever you need answered. So.
And do feel free if you need clarification along the way or whatnot, so that you can study, just whatever you got.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So once again, we'll review a little bit about some of your unused or vacant sites. We'll talk about a little bit about the reasons for property disposition. And when we say disposition, in the legal world, disposition means you all not using it, right? So that can mean a sale, it could mean a lease, it could mean partial disposition where there's sort of a joint, with joint occupancy or joint use. Anything where you are yielding full control of the property to another user or purchaser. So that's a broad term as used in the education code. And then we'll do a little bit of overview about property disposition, the 7-Eleven process, which we talked about previously. And then we'll go through some alternatives to selling property. And the big ad here was talking a little bit more about leasing and some of the pros and cons of leasing, which we didn't necessarily touch on much in our last session together. And then we'll talk a little bit about some suggested next steps. One of the things that we did as a follow-up to the prior study session was we did create an RFP for an asset management, facilities asset management consultant to come in and do pretty much some follow-up work to what the member of the public mentioned earlier in terms of inventorying your sites, looking at what is it here and now, because what happened a few years ago is we know with COVID, decline in enrollment, any number of other changing factors, that can look very different today. So just making sure you have the latest and greatest sort of on the landscape of your overall inventory, and then how might you leverage not only the vacant school sites that you have, but even potentially some, land on some of your larger school sites that you can carve off pieces, and if those are suitable for development for one purpose or another, that might be an option as well. And so the consultant would be able to help identify those opportunities for you. So we'll talk a little bit about their current scope of services, at least as it exists in the current RFP, and get your sense of if you want to narrow down, you want to broaden, whatever you might want to do in terms of that coming back to you for action soon. So let's see. All right. So some of your unused sites include, of course, music, snow, whiteboard. I believe I heard there was at least one developer kind of snooping around the junior high, and maybe there's some property along the edge where maybe the track and field is located. That might be a great location for some sort of development. And I understand that property has.
Well, yeah, I've been here for quite a while, and that piece of property is called Sam Scott Field. If you look at the light standards there, they are being paid for. They have been paid for by the companies that are leasing those poles for cell phones. So that property has been recognized as surplus. I think it was discussed during a 7-Eleven committee process that we had years ago. And then, of course, the McGregor Fields is being leased to the city for $1 a year. And that's quite a big piece of property right now, too. And there might be other properties that are underutilized for the space that could be added, like MOT.
President Thomas, what's McGregor Field being used for by the city?
It's, they're leasing it out for sports.
Okay.
So they're getting the revenue for it, but they are paying for the water and the maintenance.
So part of what the consultant could do is gather that underlying information about your different sites, evaluate what are the terms of that agreement with the city. Can we say, city, hey, we're giving you 6 months notice under the terms of this agreement, and we want our property back, and we want to use it for some other purpose to raise revenue. So it's about making sure for each site you understand what those opportunities are across the district, and that's beyond the 3 school sites.
And so you're referring to adding to the scope of work for a potential RFP, if we were going to have somebody do that?
So the RFP doesn't really specifically say these particular sites. It does include, and I just captured the full list of the scope of services in a slide at the end here for you all to kind of chew on. But one of the tasks of the asset management consultant is to do a complete inventory of all of your sites. And really, as part of doing that, they will help identify where there are opportunities across your facilities. And then that will determine what is currently surplus versus what could you surplus in order to make it available for revenue generating purposes. So, let's see. I don't know why we did this presentation this way. Sorry about that. Okay, I think that's it. All right, so reasons for property disposition. So, I mean, some of the,
It was on the slide and then back one more. There you go.
Okay, there we go. So reasons for property disposition, of course, include, when you are operating under-enrolled school sites, you are increasing your overhead across the district, right? It's part of the process you all went through when you were looking at consolidating the schools. Making sure that you're leveraging, fully enrolling your campuses as best you can, in a way that is hopefully as convenient for your families. And when you have under-enrolled campuses, you still have to pay, the full cost of keeping that site, the upkeep on that site, right? So, and the use of that site is more intense than it's sitting there, sort of empty. And if you were to be leasing it to someone else, we would shift the responsibility for that maintenance to that tenant, right? So we save money there by looking at other opportunities for you to shift those costs. We also
Before we go there, do we have an estimate of how much money we're spending from an operating perspective on maintaining these unused sites?
I could look into that.
Okay.
Yeah. We do a little maintaining because we do have, like, snow is being used for softball, so sometimes they have to cover the fields,
Okay.
but not much.
Okay.
And then, of course, there's the non-use penalties of the state, which we talked about previously. Those can actually be pretty significant. I think.
Could you remind us?
Yeah,
So-
but can you
Yeah,
explain?
I
It was
never heard of those.
It was certain sites, there were over like $100,000 or $200,000 in fees for non-use. That doesn't happen for, I think you get like 7 years of non-use. It's like 5 to 7 years of non-use. So the longer you leave your site empty, the closer you get to that cutoff. However, on the certification form that you complete about the use of your property, if we use it for any district purpose, then it is in our use. And so the district has done a great job of leveraging, storage and softball and other ways in which we use our property to avoid triggering that 5-year or to 7-year start time. So you currently aren't in a non-use situation in terms of penalties with any of your sites.
I complete this form every year.
Okay.
And so there are different check boxes to not have to pay this penalty. And again, Ms. Kennedy was talking about how if we use the sites for any district purpose, such as storage, or we're allowing a group to use the softball fields, then it's exempt from the penalties.
Okay, and we don't have any properties
We
at
don't,
all?
because, for example, music, we do have at least one room that we're using as an office, and then we have another room that we are using for storage, and then snow is being used for softball. And Whiteford, we use it for different things. We were using it for COVID testing, so there's still a reason for district use.
Okay. And what are the penalties if we were to get in a situation where we couldn't use them?
That's when we're talking about those hundreds of thousands of dollars in penalties.
So is there a formula or like?
The state does have a formula, and I unfortunately don't know it off the top of my head. I can certainly send it to Marie, and she can circulate it to the group. Yeah, because I do think it depends on the size of the site, how long you've owned it. I think it even has something to do with how you paid for it, if you paid bond money for it or not. There, I think, are a few factors that go into play in terms of how they calculate those fees. So I don't think that my sense is the state is not going after districts to collect this money. If you make the certification and you, in fact, are using it for these district purposes, then you will be able to avoid those penalties. But it still is sitting there empty, and the longer your sites sit empty, the more deterioration occurs just with non-use, and it makes it a less valuable asset in the long term. So, and of course, the biggest reason to go through a disposition process, whether it be leasing or some other alternative to that, is to generate revenue. You have capital outlay needs, you have general fund needs. Some, as we may have touched on in our previous discussion, certain funds are restricted. So if you do an outright sale or a lease with option to purchase, those monies have to be set aside in a restricted fund and used for capital outlay purposes only. Over COVID, the state did a kind of emergency legislation that allows districts, I believe, up to 2025 to use those proceeds for one-time expenditures, meaning you don't have to use it for capital outlay, but you can't like put it into your budget and raise your teacher salaries, like ongoing, operating expenses. You can't use it for that purpose. But you say you wanted to pay down, some kind of debt that the district might have. You can use that chunk of money for that purpose.
So really, if you generate revenue, you can't put it into your general fund?
For sale or lease with option to purchase.
Okay, all right, okay,
Right.
but if we were,
Lease to sell.
okay, but if we were leasing it out, okay,
To generate revenue.
Sure.
Then
Right.
you can use that for
for
general.
general fund.
It's my understanding, though, that there are different types of properties. So if we have properties that we paid for ourselves or something, or that were gifted to us, they might not fall under that umbrella of having to be used, the sale having to be used for capital equipment.
So the ed code is pretty clear. Once it's in your ownership and you sell it, the funds are restricted. The exceptions are those that come up. This is the third time since I've been doing ed law, which is now been 18 years I've been at DWK. This is the third year, or the third time frame in which the state has allowed these short-term opportunities for districts to use those monies for one-time purposes. There are some trade-offs because down the line you may lose some eligibility for funding from the state. There's a whole list of conditions tied to using that money for that one-time purpose. So I would caution, be very sure that there's a crucial need to use those monies for that one-time purpose. What's actually going to be more beneficial to you is doing something like a lease or a joint occupancy, which is essentially a ground lease, where you get revenue every month and you can include that as a line item in your general fund, and you have a long-term lease and it's just money coming in the door. You're just getting a check and adding that to one of the sources of funding that you can rely on every year. So that's just and you also get to keep your property, right? And so when that tenancy is over, you still retain your asset. Okay, so this is the slide we went through previously, and this is the surplus property disposition slide. And the first thing I put here is that step one is determine if you need to do a 7-Eleven committee or not. And we'll talk a little bit about the options available to you where you don't have to go through a 7-Eleven process. And so if you already know that you maybe want to take advantage of one of those alternatives, then you don't have to go through the 7-Eleven process. You can if you choose to, but you don't have to. Really, the 7-Eleven process is for a straight sale, a lease with option to purchase, or a long-term lease, just a straight long-term lease, right? So those are the three scenarios where you would go through a 7-Eleven process.
And how does the state define long-term?
So long-term, well,
Greater than a year?
Any lease that is not within one of the other alternatives, so joint occupancy, joint use, et cetera, is a lease of your site. You can lease it up to 99 years. So there's no minimum, but actually, I take that back. there is a minimum. There's a 3-month window. If you're leasing your property for under 3 months, you don't have to go through 7-Eleven. So there's like a little window there. That's a very short-term lease.
So you're saying greater than 3 months is considered long-term?
Well, it's not really, that's not how the Ed Code defines it. I'm saying long-term because if you're going to go through the 7-Eleven process, then you probably want to put your property out there for long-term lease.
So she's saying that if we're considering leasing, then you might as well do the 7-Eleven.
But we'll talk about an option available that gets you a lease, that gets you a long-term lease, that gets you the revenue, and you don't have to do 7-Eleven. So we'll talk about that. So that's the first thing, right? And so so for example, let me give you a different example of where you would make an early determination that you don't need to go through 7-Eleven. If you want to make a property available for workforce housing, you don't have to do a 7-Eleven process for that. So that's a project that you could move forward with without, and place it on one of your sites, one of your surplus sites, without going through the 7-Eleven process. So you can make that determination early and avoid the lengthier 7-Eleven process. Once you're in the 7-Eleven process, there's some procedural things that you all will do initially to sort of form the 7-Eleven committee. I understand that maybe there was a 7-Eleven committee before in the district, and so understanding what sites that 7-Eleven committee evaluated and what the board deemed surplus as a result of that 7-Eleven committee process, because you don't have to go back and redo it. Once you've gone through the 7-Eleven process for a site and you deemed it surplus and it's remained surplus, you don't need to do a 7-Eleven process again. So that would be just an important factual piece to determine in terms of whether a property is ready.
And President Thomas, do you know which sites have been surplus?
Well, I know we discussed a lot of them, and I was just trying to remember. Of course, Russian School was surplus and we sold it. But I think we discussed Sam Scott Field, and do you remember any of this? Yeah, we discussed other properties, but I don't think, maybe Sam Scott Field, I don't know what else, but it'd be interesting to pull up the information from that 7-Eleven committee.
May I ask a question really quick? Other than the length of time that it takes, which doesn't have to take a lot of time to do a 7-Eleven committee, is there a reason you wouldn't want a 7-Eleven committee? And my thought process is that you're bringing community members and stakeholders together, and there's a great deal of buy-in about what you do with the property moving forward, and a lot of support from the community, versus sometimes when you surplus properties or you decide to sell them or lease them, sometimes there could be an uproar about what you do with the property, and you do get a great deal of buy-in when you do one. And I know it's kind of one of those things, like it can be onerous at times, but it doesn't have to be that long, and it can be a great collaborative committee. But is there a reason you would want to avoid, like you wouldn't want a 7-Eleven committee that you can think of?
So I think going through the 7-Eleven committee process positions the district to dispose of your site in any way that you want, right? It gives you maximum flexibility. You want to sell, you want to lease with option of purchase, you are poised to do that if you go through the 7-Eleven process. By not going through it, you save a little bit of time, and I did 3 7-Eleven committee processes last year at around this time. They were all concluding before the fiscal year ended, so that they can get over to the next school year. And one took 2 months, one took 3 months, one took 3.5 months. When you have a dedicated group of individuals who are committed to attending the meetings and pushing the agenda forward, right, to come to a point where they can finalize their report and make a recommendation to you all as the board, I think you're right. You could end up with a lot of buy-in if what that committee recommends is what this board envisions, right? And sometimes those things may not align, right? So, because the committee will independently say, you know, what they believe the acceptable uses of the school sites would be, right? Of the proposed surplus sites would be, right? That's in the purview of the committee as an advisory committee. Right, so just because they make that recommendation, it doesn't mean that you all have to adopt that recommendation. But if those recommendations are inconsistent with what you all as a board want to see happen for the district, then I think that there could be that potential.
With the 3 that you said that you did last year, how many of the proposals that the committee made actually went through with the board, that the board approved them?
All 3.
Okay.
Yeah. They were very, very, very well coordinated with a lot of district involvement in terms of setting the meeting schedule, doing the agendas, like all the logistical things that as a district, your folks are all used to that. This is how you all operate schools. Some of the folks on these committees, you know, they're taxpayer or a parent or a business owner, and placing the responsibility on the committee to do a lot of that work can be a challenge. And so I think in each of those instances, the district was an integral part of making sure that the committee was moving forward on the cadence that the board wanted. And so they sort of set out, we had the board set out for each of those committees, here's the calendar. Can you commit to this calendar? When they were forming the committee to get that commitment right up front, right? We're going to meet every 2 weeks. We're not going to meet quarterly over the course of a year. We're going to meet every 2 weeks. And we're going to have a Dropbox and we're going to put information in. We're going to expect you to come to the meetings prepared to talk about the information that has been provided to you. And the district did a lot of background work to tee up the committee to be able to do their best work.
Right. So the, any of the 7-Eleven committees you're familiar with that have used them for workforce housing, I just have been reading different ideas or different workforce housing plans, and they seem to be taking an awful lot of time to come to fruition. Do most of workforce housing use 7-Eleven plans that you're familiar with?
No, they don't. They go straight into feasibility for housing development, and they typically hire specific consultants to help with the residential development component to work with the city because, it's housing, right? So you're building housing under the city's rubric and not, school facilities under DSA, right? So it's a different environment than most of your facilities folks are used to doing, right, as a part of their,
Is it usually, though, a much lengthier process than, for example, to just sell property?
So it is lengthier, but depending on how much you place in the hands of the folks who are the experts, right, and they're really just bringing back to you the critical decisions to make along the way. And at a certain point, those decisions will be, what kind of common space do we want? Do we want collaborative space? Do we want, what unit mix do you want? Like, do we want to build the workforce housing on top of the district office, for example, right? Which is, what one district is considering, right? So there are certain key decisions that come back to you all, and it does take a while. Housing takes a while, but what I will say is, you might have read this, with all the different cities and counties having to do new housing elements and increase housing, by certain, multitudes in different communities. Cities are under a lot of pressure from the state, and they're being penalized, both financially and in the way of what they call the builder's remedy, where developers can come in and say, hey, you're not compliant with the state's regulations, we get to build our development, approve it. right? And so it streamlines the process for a lot of developers, and I think that the cities are catching up now and starting to move a little bit quicker to help, facilitate a faster planning process, because that's really what's taking a long time, right? If you have your bucket of money for the workforce housing, you know how it's going to get paid for, the biggest chunk of time that you're going to spend is the planning process, right? And that's not what school districts do. We don't build housing, we build schools, right? And so you put that in the hands of the experts and let them do their work, come back to you with those key decisions. I think you can make it happen. And we see many more districts going through the process, so cities are getting a little bit more comfortable with the idea of workforce housing, because even in that framework, we still are a public agency, right? And we're a partner with the city in many ways, in that we operate within the city's jurisdiction. So we are a little bit different than a private side developer who's coming in to do a private, development. And so I think from that standpoint, we are getting a lot of cooperation from cities who want to see these projects happen. So, all right. So
I have a quick question of the board. Is it the desire of the board that all properties would be for workforce housing, or is it worthwhile to go through a process of determining that? I don't know.
Well, I just thought of at least one of the properties, but that was just in the back of my mind.
I don't think we know.
I don't think we know either.
And I think we need to talk about it.
yeah. Well, certainly something that could be evaluated, like the suitability of your different sites for housing, because like music, for example, since, single family home, community, you want to put a dense, 3, 4, 5 story apartment building there, but if you're going to do it, you want to do it right, and you want to make it last, right? You want to have maximum impact, because the likelihood is you're not going to do this workforce housing projects often, right? You may do it once, you may, another board in 20 or 30 years may do another project, right? But it's not your core, it's not your core business. And so I think when you're pursuing it, I think you need to pursue it with the idea that you want to maximize your opportunity right now, and that means putting it in the right location. And so some of your sites may not be suitable, but I think that that's for you all to kind of discuss and understand what those parameters might look like. All right, so I won't belabor the whole 7-Eleven process. I do think if you want to maximize your flexibility to do whatever with your sites, then the 7-Eleven committee is the way to go. If you really want to look at alternatives like workforce housing or joint occupancy or some other, framework such as that, then you can perhaps punt the idea of a 7-Eleven committee unless you really need it. And of course, once you go through the 7-Eleven committee with a sale or just a straight lease, there is an RFP process that's laid out in Ed Code that you will go through to find a tenant for your site. You have a little less flexibility just doing a straight lease because you do have to consider the different rents that the proposers are proposing for the site, etc. So the benefit is you can frame what you think you want to use the site for, which is helpful because that will narrow your pool to the tenant pool that you're interested in. And then really it is about, price, of course, but also, how viable are they as a tenant, right? And so that will all be fleshed out in the RFP process. All right. Let's see. Okay, so alternatives. We're talking a little bit about this. So these are some of the alternatives that are alternatives to sale, right? So this is not selling property. This is just you holding on to your sites and maybe utilizing it in some other way. And some of these we talked about again previously. So the straight lease agreement, which you would have to go through the 7-Eleven process for, that's one option. Joint occupancy is an option where you would enter into a ground lease, but there would also be another private site user on the site as well. Joint use really is more so for your operating schools where you might have excess space on the campus that you want to leverage and utilize. You can use joint use for that purpose. There's some pitfalls with joint use in terms of the amount of time you can enter into those agreements. There are limitations on that. So some tenants may not want to go that route if they're looking for a long-term tenancy relationship. Property exchange, if we have a site that's suitable for some developer's purpose and they have another property that may be well suited for workforce housing for us, for example, we may want to exchange those properties. And so there's a process in the Ed Code that allows for that. And then of course we've been talking about workforce housing as well. Okay. So lease agreement. So here we have, and again, this is my vernacular, long-term lease of your existing facility. So that would be like just leasing out music school, right, to a private school, for example, or some other tenant that can utilize the facilities in the state that they're in currently.
Oh, yeah, good example.
I know.
No, I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing you. We just, when we hear private, we just go.
Well, for example, joint use, you cannot lease to private K-12 in a joint use situation. So you can't have a private K-12 operating on your operating school site. So, the other option with leasing is ground lease, right? So we have the facilities on our sites in terms of the schools that we closed more recently. The question would be, do we want to maintain those facilities or do we want to allow for a developer to come in, basically demo that and use it for some other purpose? So I say here ground lease of vacant space, but your existing space could be made vacant, right? Under a ground lease scenario. So those are and again, here the requirements to offer to a bunch of governmental agencies are a lot less here. I think it's special education and special education I think is one of the key ones you have to offer to, and I think it's your local SELPA you might have to offer to first, but generally you can make it available straight away after you go through the 7-Eleven process and you deem it surplus. With sale, there's a lot of public offerings you have to make to other governmental agencies that you don't have to make here. In terms of the amount of time, Ed Code allows up to 99 years. And then here, we were talking earlier about just maintenance and that sort of thing. It's a great opportunity to shift the responsibility for not only your routine daily maintenance, et cetera, but the big stuff, the HVAC, the roof, all of those big deferred maintenance items that we have to plan for our sites. We shift that to, particularly for long-term tenants, and it's much more palatable for a long-term tenant to take on those kinds of obligations the longer the lease term, right? Someone who's a 5-year tenant just is not going to want to take on a deferred maintenance obligation.
Have you seen that really happen?
Seeing
Where you get a long-term tenant and they're actually willing to take on, physical plant maintenance improvement?
I am doing right now a lease assignment. So it's an assignment of an existing lease that tenant is having challenges and can't make their business work. it's a private school. And there's another tenant who wants to take that on, and as a part of that assignment, that tenant is putting in something like $4 million of not only improvements to the site, but handling a lot of deferred maintenance. So it does happen.
So how often does a site get scraped by a developer and it goes into a long-term lease?
So that one is a little bit more case by case, because really it requires the district to have a high level of confidence that you're not going to need to recapture that space for your own educational programs, right? So you're sort of making a threshold decision before you make the space available for demo, right? Like, this is truly surplus. We're not going to need these facilities anymore, and we're going to allow a developer to come on and scrape it. You know, if it's a super old school, we need a lot of, you know, maintenance if you were to try to recapture it and put kiddos into the campus. Sometimes when you do that after a certain number of years, the state will make you bring it up to a certain level of code, right? And that cost, the cost of that can be almost prohibitive. So really, I mean, I don't see it often unless a district was just going to sell it and thought, well, if we can ground lease it and get that revenue and keep our ownership of the underlying fee, why not, right? And so I've probably seen that twice. But it's, you know, it's one of those things, you know, you have the land, you built these classrooms. Do you really want to make them available for someone to come in, you know?
I think when we have vacated schools before, we have, the three I'm thinking of off the top of my head, we have sold the site to a developer. Any demographic projection that I've seen for our district, it's pretty clear that it's going to be a long time before we need more real estate or need to build a school. How long should that horizon be before you say, you know, you're going to hold on to a site because you may need it?
Right. So that's just so, that's like me throwing the, you know, but because I think it really depends. Like we were talking earlier in the week, and we were talking about there are certain portions of the district where there's actually development happening, right? So you might see enrollment growing in those areas where it's stable, you have a lot of, you know, historical homeowners here who, you know, they're going to be here, right? This is where they're going to end their days, and so it may be a while. And so it really depends on what your other assets you have available to you. How enrolled are the schools that are still operating? Do you have space on those campuses to, you know, build a new wing, right? Like not just plunk a bunch of portables on it, but like really add to the permanent physical structure of your existing spaces. And so I think it's a complicated determination. But and of course, the demographic forecasts are as good as the paper, right? There's probably 2 years into the future you can maybe count on, but like who knew in 2020, you know, before COVID hit, what was going to happen, right? Like, no way.
And San Francisco real estate.
Yeah.
So, you know, and
Well,
just
even our own development, I mean, all the stuff that was developed along Cedar, you know, we thought that was going to bring in a lot of students, and it hasn't really. It's been in for over 5 years, and it hasn't really net more than a dozen kids.
yeah. Well, and also there are other trends beyond even home ownership that are tending to weigh in on this, you know, these factors, right? So families are happening later in folks' lives, if at all, right? Like there's just a shift in sort of family planning and that sort of thing that is impacting enrollment. and I think that districts across the nation are seeing that, just as folks are just waiting longer. And
Well, we have about 10 minutes left.
Yeah.
Is there something we want to talk about in terms of next steps or where we are?
sure, so let me go to. Make sure, yeah, this is the one. Oops, go back. So maybe just to sum up, so there's the one other structure I did want to quickly reference before we move to the asset management consultancy. And that is, so we talked a little bit about leasing, which requires that 7-Eleven process. Another option is joint occupancy. And so I think I mentioned this to you all when we spoke before, and essentially it is a ground lease where a developer would construct a facility that would be jointly occupied by the developer and the district. But what that joint occupancy is up to us to decide, right? So one example that I worked on over the past couple of years is a memory care facility, which could leverage the zoning of our public, quasi-public property. They build the residential care facility there for memory care, and what they built for the district is a community garden that the district can use for its educational, its outdoor ed program. And there was a portion of that community garden that the residents of the memory care facility could utilize as well. So our little piece was a little piece on the corner, really segregated and separate from the main structure, which is the memory care facility, but the revenue generated from that, was over $1 million a year to the district. And we were able to go out for an RFP seeking that kind of proposal. So we had, 2 or 3 memory care providers who put their proposals in, and we chose one that, was reputable, et cetera, and then you enter into your ground lease. There's a lot of flexibility with who you choose to enter into that joint occupancy transaction.
So what's the benefit of joint occupancy against a straight ground lease?
You take out the 7-Eleven requirement. You have more flexibility in choosing who that joint occupant will be. On a leasing situation, there's a little bit more strings around you in terms of who you select as the successful tenant in just a straight lease RFP. So I think you get a little bit more flexibility. You can frame the use that you're interested in, you get the revenue, you keep the site, you get some use out of it, right? That just happened to be a use that was beneficial to that particular district. But it could be, you want them to build a TMO for you, right, on a portion of the site. Or, whatever it is you need, right? You can come up with what that.
How about a district office?
Joint use, it could be that as well. It could be that as well. So that, I just wanted to put that out there because it is, I think, another alternative that gives you a lot of flexibility to leverage your site. That does require a vacant property. So, whether that's suitable for some of your existing sites that you may or may not want to demo, you'd have to make that determination. All right. So we talked before about selecting a facilities asset management consultant to help put some arms around your existing inventory. Now that you've gone through some closures, you're sort of on the other side of it. What does the landscape look like now? You have some development happening. There might be a need for where are those kiddos going to go to school? I know there's maybe a mitigation agreement that would, or a developer agreement that gives the district the right to a piece of property over in, I think it's the sanctuary development.
Area 3.
So there is property there that could be leveraged, but I believe there are some strings there in terms of the district then having no school on that site for those kiddos to attend who come from that development. So there's a lot to unpack and sort of at the same time bring together in a comprehensive way. So here are the 7 items that comprise the scope of work for the current RFP. And so as you can see, it's broad. It does require or seek that comprehensive list for inventory of facilities across the district. But then it does start to hone in on establishing uses for sites that are surplus or could be made surplus, and coming up with budgets around how could we leverage those properties, what kind of revenue could we see from those particular sites. And we did do a round of interviews with a couple of proposers to that RFP, and I don't know if you already reported.
No, I have not.
No decisions, no recommendations have come forth to you yet. But since we were having this discussion, we thought we'd at least touch on the criteria that we asked the consultants to consider. So again, this is a comprehensive, what I would call a fairly comprehensive asset management consultancy. I didn't realize it was one that was done a few years ago, but we can certainly leverage, if that's already there, it's already a part of your public, sort of domain, it's work product that's yours. So we could leverage, the information and whatnot that was gathered as a part of that study and build on that to come up with something that is current for today. But I do think that would be an important exercise to go through to help you all identify here are the sites so that you can come up with a plan and really start to hone in on when you want to see certain sites come before you in whatever form, whether that's a lease, whether that's just a part of the 7-Eleven committee, whether that's workforce housing, whatever you decide you want to do with the different sites. And I think that these consultants could help you come to those decisions about the different sites, not only the 3 vacant, but any others that they identify as potential opportunity sites for you. And that's how I like to end their work. They will produce a report, but as a part of that report, it's bringing forward to you all recommendations and getting guidance and direction from you so that staff knows here are marching orders going forward. There's a timeline within which we need to start to bring this to you all so that you see the return on your valuable assets. That's an important piece. There's a couple of these that I've been doing recently, and the districts are starting to see the money, and they realize, it took a while to get through the process, but they are very thankful that they did it. So I'm happy to answer any other questions that you all have. I explained it all.
Thank you.
I will get that calculation of it.
But in looking at this scope of work, it would be good to get some feedback from the board, maybe at some point to let us know whether you want to make some changes to that or if there's anything there that we need to add. Just or leave it as is.
Yeah, you can do that. I mean, once you select the consultant you want to go with, you can refine your ask, right? So this is iterative, right? And so I think there are opportunities to hone in on what it is you really need them to do and bring forward to you. Again, we cast a wider net so that we found the best fit from just who the consultant is, and then once they're on board, that kickoff can be about really establishing, here's what we need you to focus on, and that can be on the basis of your feedback.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice. Appreciate it.
I find all this fascinating. Yeah, but fascinating.
It was a really great set.
No,
We put all 9 properties through.
and there you are.
Great.
You're an expert.
Yeah, we took 3 months.
You take a variety of like basic classes, and one of those is property.
Now we.
Now,
That's how you end up. I've done some 11. So 9 properties. You just
Oh, yeah, I took this at one, yeah, I said, call your mom, and then they get the mom on the phone. First was. This is Mr. Hill, and, you're, you know, I accuse your student, it's a great student, but it's a problem, there are things to do.
Hello, everyone. We have just concluded our study session, and we are getting ready to move into closed sessions. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to any closed session item?
There were no requests.
Okay. So we will be talking in closed session about public employee discipline, dismissal, release, conference with labor negotiations, the employee group, NUMA, unrepresented supervisors, and conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and one student expulsion case. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the May 18th, 2023 regular meeting of the Board of Education. The board has just returned from closed session. No action was taken. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, first on our agenda this evening is the Newark Junior High School Spotlight. Superintendent, would you like to introduce it?
It is my absolute pleasure to introduce the one and only principal of Newark Junior High School, Miss Rochelle Pikowski, who is here with her administrative team tonight to present you all of the wonderful things that they're doing. Thank you so much for coming tonight. We're looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, board members of the board, Board President Thomas, Superintendent Dr. De Leon, and the cabinet members. I'm so grateful to be here today. My name is Rochelle Piaski, and I am the principal of Newark Junior High School. And I would like to, of course, introduce my team that is with me today. I have Miss Maria Avila, who's our assistant principal, and Miss Jen Kim, who's our assistant principal. And so we are honored here today, and I am greatly supported, and I feel fabulous. So I would really love to provide our highlights of Newark Junior High School for the 22-23 school year. First of all, I'd like to start off with a reminder that this was our first year of integrating sixth grade on our campus. So we have started the foundation of ensuring that we have a collaborative, collective 6th, 7th, and 8th grade school. And so because of that, when the students came, the 6th grade students came on our campus, they had their own mission statement. And so the 7th and 8th grade had their own mission statement, a separate one. And so that doesn't work very well when we're trying to be, one culture. And our amazing instructional leadership team got together, and they have been working diligently this year on our climate and culture. And they made our new mission statement that has been approved, and I'm excited to roll it out here today. As, if you'll notice in blue, we are a vibrant, inclusive community who actively engage in opportunities to grow as lifelong learners. Together, we create a safe, responsible, respectful learning environment. And so I think that's wonderful and amazing, and I'd like to share that today. Okay, she told me how to do this, and no. Oh, thank you. All right, I first want to start off by, looking at the total data. And so as of May 15th, our total student enrollment is 1,094 students. And you can see the breakdown of the students there for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And I also, besides the team behind me, I do want to recognize our team at the school. I think it's important to recognize that we do have 3 counselors. We have 3 full-time campus monitors. We have 3 full-time office staff. We have 1 athletic director, and we have 2 very visible faculty personnel that work beside us. And we have gelled this year and really come together in order to become a driving force, a positive driving force in our community. And so I'm really excited about that. As we look at our academic success, which I really want to tote here today, iReady has been our 6th grade intervention platform, and it is a data-driven collective tool. And so what we can see from the iReady data that's on this slide is that when we're looking at this, they are doing this intervention tool, and what we're looking at is the green. We want the green, all the students to be in green, which is at grade level or above grade level. Yellow is 1 grade level below, and red is 2 or more grade levels below. Now, looking at this, you can see our diagnostics from the fall to our recent diagnostic in March. And the amazing part of that is the green has shifted over, and we have a 12% increase growth in math. And I think that is amazing and something to be celebrated. We also need to notice that they have data that shows that if the iReady correlation correlates also with SBAC scores. So we have been diligently testing our SBAC this last 3 weeks. And so we would like to see that, to see if that works out with us. And I'm excited for that data as we get it. Our next slide is our English language arts diagnostic data. Again, with the increase in the green, and this is for reading, and we have increased 7% as well. So again, amazing growth in this area. This has really triggered that, that's part of our initiatives that we'll talk about later. For our academics in action, again, we want to celebrate that we had 3 quarters where we celebrated students for their academic excellence. Of those academic excellence, we have 35% of our students between a 3.0 and a 4-point GPA. And we honored them in our academic excellence, but I just want to make sure that the data is there that 35% of our students are high performing. Continuing on, we do need to talk about altercations because that is something we don't usually highlight and spotlight in these things, but that is something that has been talked about greatly this year. And so I do want to make sure that the data is reflected here, because what this data reflects to us is that we have a very small population that needs additional support. What we're looking at here is that out of 1,094 students, 1.6 of them have been in more than one altercation, and 1.55% has been in one altercation this entire year. So why am I highlighting this? Because, number one, we do realize that this is an issue that we need to grow in, and our initiatives show that for next year. We also want to ensure, again, on our team with our 3 full-time campus monitors, our 2 APs, myself, our 3 counselors, our visible custodians, that we are out and we are doing this driving force in order to become more proactive than reactive. And that's what our commitment is to this community. I would remiss to not, if I did not talk about our athletic program. I think it's imperative that we do. Athletics is a driving force also in a positive culture and environment. We have 4 seasons of athletics, and if you'll notice into the right columns, we have an amazing amount of numbers of students that participate in our athletics. In fact, we have 324 students in total, which is 29.6% of our population that participates in our athletic programs. And we would like to shout out to, for example, all of our athletes because they did an amazing job. But season 2, we have boys soccer, varsity soccer. We're our league champions. In season 3, we have 3 young ladies that placed in the girls' state wrestling championships. 1 received first place and 2 received second place. In season 4, I was at school when we had our league championship finals for co-ed track, and our girls won the championship finals the first time since 2005, and so we are super excited about that, and our boys placed 3rd. Currently, as we speak right now, we haven't got an update, but our girls' soccer team is playing right now today because for the championship title. And so, we have amazing, we had to put that in there. So we have an amazing group of students that are athletes, and a lot of them tried out, and we want to continue to further that growth. And we also, participate with, working with the high school so that our athletes can move up to into their amazing program. So we're excited about that. In addition to all these wonderful programs that I've already mentioned, we do have a robust elective department, and we have a lot of offerings for our students, such as Intro to Coding, Robotics, Leadership, Band, Choir, Visual Arts, Spanish, and Yearbook. And again, this was last year and this year is our foundational classes. We're really, especially with the integration of the 6th grade, working to make sure that we're starting pathways for these electives, which again align with the high school. And what did we do this year? Well, on school climate and our culture initiatives, as I discussed, we have an amazing teacher instructional leadership team. We also have our student leadership that this year was devoted on developing mentorship skills. For health and wellness, we have our social emotional learning with Character Strong curriculum. We have our information sessions for students on tobacco use and prevention. We have our cost team that coordinates additional services for our students. We have a group called Where Everybody Belongs. It's called the Web Project, and basically it's set up like Link Crew. So the 8th grade students learn how to be leaders, they learn how to be mentors, and then this year they've been mentoring our 6th and 7th grade. Next year we'll continue with the Summer LEAP program that was initiated this year in our integration of 6th grade. And that's where our web leaders work with our rising 6th graders in the summer and begin their transition into the junior high. We also have our positive behavior incentives to encourage and reinforce our school expectations. We had a large amount of activities on campus. These aren't all of them, but we had our 6th grade, our entire 6th grade go to the Monterey Bay Aquarium. We had our Puente groups go to 2 different college campuses. We received brand new VexTech robotics equipment for our electives. We received a grant and have a club about girls who code. We have the bike mobile from Alameda County Bike Repairs that came out to show our students different techniques of bike riding, but also repaired all their bikes that they needed. Bike safety seminars for our 6th grade students. We had, of course, our honor roll awards and assemblies that we've already talked about. We had an amazing multicultural week, again, aligning with the high school, really doing that articulation with them and having our group learn from them. It was amazing. And our band and choir concerts and events are always solid and a great asset to our school. This year, as our first year of a 3-year grant that we received from Reading is Fundamental. And what that means is that this group supplied enough books that students were able to choose 3 books of their choice. And every year they're able to choose 3 different books of their choice, for active fun reading. And we've had 2 book fairs on campuses and then a variety of student dances. Our parents are amazing. I just want to put that out there. Our community is wonderful. We had a campus beautification group that came out and really worked within our planters and made our campus beautiful. It's still beautiful, and we appreciate them. We just had last weekend our PTSA pancake breakfast, where PTSA aligned with the fire department, and it was wonderful. If you came out for breakfast, it was completely wonderful. We have our monthly groups of Coffee with the Principal, School Site Council, and our English Learner Advisory Committee, and we hope to continue to grow all these groups next year on campus. So, what have we learned from this year, and where are we going next year? Well, these are our initiatives that we would like to complete for the 23-24 school year. First of all is more parent participation nights. We would like to have PBIS assemblies both in-house and contracted out. We would like to have more field trips. Our focus remain on technology. We have that small group that we talked about. It's not just them. I mean, our students need more engaging, exciting lunchtime activities that they want to engage in. And so we are looking forward to that, because if they're excited and engaged during lunch, then less activities are doing that aren't positive. And so we really want to create that culture and climate on our campus where students want to come because they are safe, because they learn a little bit, and they have a lot of fun. We would like to have our bilingual secretary in order to support our increasing access for multilingual families in the front office. And we would like to continue to build on our MTSS structure by using the iReady platform for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade across the board. As we see, the data is viable, it does work, and so we are excited to use that program. Our upcoming dates we have 5 Rising 6th grade tours from each of the elementaries. We've completed 3 of them, and we have 2 more to go next week. We have our 8th grade promotion social, which is tomorrow. We have our Puente promotion night, which is May 22nd. Our band and choir concerts, May 23rd and May 25th. Our 8th grade field trip is planned on May 26th, and our 8th grade promotion is June 1st, and I hope that all of you can attend at Newark Memorial High School. And so I just want to wrap up this highlight by telling you that this school year has been amazing. Yes, it has been challenging, but I do believe that we've had a great growth and really looking into where can we grow, what can we do, what initiatives do we need to do. It's my honor to serve the community this year, and I am looking forward to next year in the 23-24 school year. And at this time, I'm happy to respond to any clarifying questions.
Thank you very much. Board? This one?
Thank you, President Thomas. I just wanted to say thank you to you and your staff for the amazing hard work that you guys have been doing. Not only, I know that you came on board and it was a transition period, but on top of that, we had the 6th grade transition, and also Ms. Avila to transitioning into her new role, and then also the 6th graders. And to Ms. Kim, she's always been solid. So thank you for your hard work, and I really appreciate everything that you guys have been doing. And recently I've had the privilege of, everybody here, working parents, and I'm one of them, and I carpool, my kids and help my friends out. And I was lucky enough to pick up one of my friend's daughters. She's a 6th grader, and I had some time to be able to chat with her in the car, and I had asked her about her experience being 6th grader and how the transition was for her. And what she had said to me was, I really, really liked this experience, and I loved that how we were able to build on, changing classrooms so that next year we're more prepared. So the model that you guys have built and had put in place for the students, I think that they really appreciate that, and that they're building confidence over the school year to be able to go into 7th grade with much more confident, and the test scores are showing that right now. So I really appreciate the hard work and dedication that you guys have been trying to streamline. And we didn't start out great at the beginning of the school year, but what matters is how you finish, and you guys are finishing strong, so I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I would just like to say, oh, sure. I was looking to see if anyone raised their hand. We're going to have to get that system where we have people hitting a button and saying, we want to speak.
Ms. Pachowski, thank you for the great presentation. 3 questions. So first question is on the iRated data, so great improvement, 12% increase. Just curious what people think that can be attributed to. What were sort of the things that we were doing that helped to achieve that? That's question 1. Question 2 is the altercation data. So it's great to see that we're looking at this, and it's also hopeful to see that maybe 1% to 2% of the students that are having behavioral issues, and that seems to me to be a manageable size that we can work on. And so just curious what the thoughts are to, hone in and further make improvements there. And then the last question is the girls soccer team. So is the championship for all of California? And then who are they playing? So what's, just
It's a
curious.
championship for our league.
Okay,
And
and
I
who are they
understand
playing?
it's a middle school league, but it's still important to them.
Sure, no,
And we
that's
are
great.
playing Creekside.
Creekside.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Mhm,
So
yeah.
those are you answered my third question. So first one's our iReady data, the 12% increase, and the second one is what are we doing now that we've identified the population where there are some behavioral issues?
Right. So on our iReady data, could you restate the question? I'm sorry, I had the answer and then we moved on. So I apologize for that. Oh, what do we attribute it to?
Yes.
So we attribute it to the fact, two things. Well, three maybe. One is that was only for the sixth grade, and so the fifth grade teachers coming up had already used the program, and so they were, they knew how to use it and to make it theirs and to really optimize performance. The second thing is the sixth grade flex. The flex schedule was really, I still think, instrumental, and that definitely is going to stay for next year. Getting those kids in the smaller groups, working with them in small groups and one-on-one when needed, but also the iReady program itself leans to that because it's an interactive program, so that means that it's in real time. The students, answer this question, and if it's right, it goes to this place, or if it's wrong, it goes over here, and then they keep building on those answers as they go. So it is clearly and definitely an individual program. You can use it as a group because the data there's a lot of data in there. That's why it's a data collection group. And so what you can use with that data collection is you can narrow down and say, okay, these students here are having difficulty understanding what main idea is. So we can pick these students out, there's a lesson on main idea, and then you can work on it individually and it will help the students through that. So we can hone in data that way. And so I think that is very imperative to that as well. And so having the time, having the small group, and having, understanding of how the program works really is working well in those groups. And that's what we want to initiate with our 7th and 8th graders as well.
Great, thank you. And then if you could provide a little thought on the altercation data.
So we are very committed to starting out strong next year. And strong means, as board member Pong said to us is that there was a little unraveling at the beginning of the year. And so we are now a committed team, and we are a committed team that is positive and driven. Okay, so number one, we're working hard for every aspect of these students and in partnership with our parents. And so I do want to appreciate that. Number two is, what do I mean by going strong? Well, we have now laid the foundation. So as I say to my teachers all the time, when the students come in first, we need to have your policies and procedures in place. You practice those, and you get those down before you introduce content or curriculum, because by the time March rolls around and everybody's exhausted, those policies and procedures will really help you out. So that's what we need to do as a school as well. So what are our policies and procedures? How do we make them clear? How do we make sure everybody's on board? Does that make sense? And getting that from day one, this is what we believe in, this is where we're going, this is what we're structured to do, making sure those structures are in place. Secondly is the activities. So our leadership group did very well, but then next year, we learned from them, and we're able, our student leadership, and we're able to then further that, having that collaboration with the high school. Sarah Canellis and her group of leadership students really worked out well as well, and we want to continue to foster that because our leadership students will then also move up to the high school as well. Having our leadership group restructured, so we have, instead of all 8th grade, we have 7th and 8th grade, so the 7th then will be the foundational leaders for the next year, so keeping it rolling. Those lunchtime activities are extremely important, in my opinion, for middle school students. Structuring our schedule, our master schedule didn't work out that the sixth grade were able to use the back fields as much as we needed them to. So having those activities, making sure those activities are structured. So we're looking at things like intramural sports, board games and things like that in the cafeteria. The library is always fascinating and wonderful for students because we have computers in there as well as books and board games and things in there. And also then lunchtime activities that our leadership group runs. And those things like tabling experiences, those were really accepted and driven at our school this year, having outside groups come in for tabling experiences, music in the quad. I mean, just things that students like to do and activities that they like to be part of. I'd like to also increase our clubs on campus and making it accessible that they can meet at certain times and develop that type of relationship also. So there's a lot of variety of different ideas. Having more intensive character strong helps out. That's in our SIPSA, making sure that our students know how to use words instead of actions. Middle school students are very action driven. And so we want to have them understand how to use words, productively instead of in an emotional state. And so we are working on those initiatives for next year.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
I have a question regarding the iReady. So my understanding, I think from what you're saying, is that you not only have the ability to test, but the lessons are part of what the sixth graders are using. Is that going to move, when you move into seventh and eighth, are you going to be providing, or are we going to be providing the lesson component or just the testing component?
So the platform itself has that in there. It's not an additional cost. And so it's up to the teacher how it's used. So it can be, most of the time, iReady, in my opinion, is used as an intervention platform. And so it's an individual one-on-one where the kids are going. But it can be used by the teacher, like I said, to develop those lessons. But the lessons are already in iReady. It's just part of the program.
Yeah, no, I actually taught in the district, so I'm very familiar with iReady.
Okay.
And the lesson portion of it I found for high or low students was really beneficial. So that was why I was asking, are you going to have, the kids have access to the lessons as well as the
Yes, we would love
assessments?
to structure it that way. Absolutely, 100%.
Good.
That's our, thoughts and initiative. Absolutely.
Member Plancarty?
I just wanted to say thank you so much for the presentation. It really gave me a good overview of all of the amazing things that you guys are doing over at the junior high. I love to see the improvement of the iReady scores, and it's great that there's such a huge involvement in the athletics and that you're working alongside of the high school so that the transition is there once these students are going into the high school. That's great. And I very much appreciate also that you've included the altercation data. As you mentioned, it's not what we want to, what we generally want to hear, but this is important and we need to understand it. And this is the only way that we're going to get ahead of these situations and make improvements at our site. So thank you so much.
I appreciate that. We really want to be proactive next year instead of reactive. And I think that a lot of that falls on me because I'm not we don't have time, we don't have anybody do the social media ourselves. And so I love Parent Square. I'm thankful to our executive cabinet for getting that out to us. And so we're able to then highlight more of the stuff that did happen over the year, which we didn't do. And we do need to sell ourselves with that sort of thing. And a lot of people didn't see that, but when the students were posting other things, they saw that. And so, yes, we are working hard to turn that around because our students deserve it. Our students are amazing. Our community is amazing. And it's important that we highlight and celebrate that every single day.
Yeah, and I'd like to add that I'm impressed with the parent involvement.
Yes.
The parent group, including Member Wynn, who was flipping pancakes last weekend.
Yes, she was.
You have pictures of that?
Yeah. And I celebrating the honor roll and seeing all the parents come out. They want to see their students succeed. And when they can be in that audience watching their child, go across the stage and getting a certificate. That's really a wonderful thing you've added this year. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I do appreciate that.
Member Hill, we are partnering with Alameda County Fire next year and moving forward, so you're welcome to come and flip pancakes.
I'll pour the batter for you.
Okay, thank you. No, but in all seriousness, I just really want to thank you, Principal Pikowski, for also bringing back the DC trip for the 8th graders. I know that you took upon yourself to go on that trip and make that happen for the 8th grade students. And I know that part of that we initiated, and then my daughter ended up pulling out because, she got a better offer to go on a summer trip. But needless to say, I think that the families who participated and the students who participated had an amazing experience, and that is all due to you and your hard work. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I do appreciate that.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. And those students hopefully did have a good experience. I mean, it was a lot in a small amount of time, but it was really fabulous, and those were really great kids. So appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, do we have any employee organizations? CSEA?
You can give him to shoot.
Real-time sports update, Newark won 3-0. Good evening, Board President Thomas, board members, Executive Cabinet, and Newark Unified Community. I come to you tonight on behalf of NUMA. Last month, you approved a historic raise for our NTA teachers. This raise was well-deserved as our teachers triumphed during the pandemic. They rode the waves that came when we closed and graciously surfed them when our students returned. They continue to be the direct support on our main clients. Tonight, you will consider matching that raise with the other 2 vital labor partners of the district. Our CSEA members are NUSD's boots on the ground. They are integral partners in ensuring our students come to school in a safe and clean environment with the support that they need. Our NUMA partners, including teachers, department chairs, administrative assistants, and leaders, are critical in supporting the goals and the visions of this school district and ensuring that our kids are obtaining the support they need. So this evening, we thank you for the consideration because steps like this allow us to move forward as a united front and continue the work that we love doing for this community. This time of year is also celebratory, and I look at you, Diego. NUMA wants to recognize and acknowledge all of the students who so deservingly are moving through promotion, graduation, and on to their next chapter of education. The 3 labor partners of Newark Unified have essential jobs in the service to our students that help them cross these monumental finish lines. We should all feel proud of the work we do in helping students toward their goals and feel accomplished as we are a part of their progress. So on behalf of NUMA, congratulations to the students and staff, not just for making it towards summer, but also on their accomplishments this school year, promotions, graduations, but especially congratulations to the class of 2023. Thank you.
NTA?
All right, good evening, everybody. My name is Sherry Villa. I'm Vice President of our Newark Teachers Association. I would like to start out first, Superintendent DeLeon, little gift for you. You're welcome. So, on behalf of all of our members, welcome, and we look forward to working together in consultation, collaboration, whatever you want to call it, to changing the direction and making things the way they should be. Yep. Okay, second, in regards to intervention, at last night's LCAP meeting, the decision to not continue funding for intervention. NTA, across the board, we're not in support of that at all. We're asking for intervention during the school day, and while it's been said that it's hard to fill or teachers aren't interested in it, well, let's look at last year, having postings for 0.5 or 0.3 in the lowest paying district around, it's going to be hard to fill. After school intervention, teachers are being asked to in-house, cover for other teachers, help create lesson plans for classrooms that aren't filled. That's a hard ask of someone for only $40 an hour, and then it increased to 55. So is that no interest from the teachers? No, I wouldn't say that. So if we are going to not invest in that, teachers doing intervention during after school or intervention teachers during the school day, the Sylvan contract and even Think Together, to be in support of that, which, you know, let's have the conversation. We'd like to see some data on if those two, the way we're going is in the best interest of our students, because at the end of the day, it's what's best for them. So again, intervention across the board, from primary to secondary. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on to public comment, I understand the superintendent would like to speak.
Thank you so much. This is actually part of public comment. So we do have the ability for people to send in written comment, and as per board policy, which was pointed out to me by our Ms. Croce, thank you, they're not read aloud. But in this particular case, not only will I be giving you copies, but I did want to tell you about these comments. And I am oh no, they're gone. I should have had them stay. Oh darn it. I am particularly proud of these written comments, and I will tell you why. We received written comments from students from Newark Junior High School who are advocating for the improvement of their school and their educational program. Things like not just facilities and landscaping, but their food. They'd like their food to be more healthy so they can learn better. They would like to have more opportunity for advanced coursework in preparation for the high school and things like that. And so they would like newer Chromebooks because their Chromebooks break a lot and the Wi-Fi is not very good. So these are all things that are important for the educational program. And I am always proud when our students take leadership and they come forward and they say, you know what, we're going to use the democratic process, which is we're going to use public comment. We're going to come up and tell the board how much we love our school and we love it so much and we love being here so much that we want it to be the best that it can be. And so I just want to express my pride in our Newark Junior High students who sent these comments. I'm going to make copies for the board so you can read them all. They are wonderfully written, they are articulate, and many of these things are things that we've planned anyway and that we're working on for them. So to all of you who are watching out there, if you are a Newark Junior High School student, I'm very proud of you and we are going to get to work on this right away. You got it. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have two members of the public that wish to speak. Araceli Lozo.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Araceli Loza. I'm in here again, trying to get an answer about my vacation situation. That everybody is aware about it. It's not only me. It's all you 12-mile employees. That's not my fault. That's not us fault that you guys never implement your contract for more than 20 years. And now you're playing as a hot potato, emails back and forth. This is not fair. We deserve respect. Here we have Mireya from Newark Memorial High School. We have Maria from Newark Memorial High School. We have Jesus Loza for BGP, and Mommy here from Kennedy Elementary School. Us, we work around 20 years or more in this district, and we deserve respect. I called this morning to Croce. I left a message for her try to get an appointment with the superintendent. Because this, for me, this is not funny. This is embarrassing. You can tell this is not my first language, and I tried my best. And Catherine sent emails and emails and emails and memos and saying, you have to work with your supervisor. How I can work with my supervisor? When she just said it, they're not paying, they will not pay you vacations. I cannot approve your vacations. You can use only 30 days a year from your vacations. What happened with my another 9 months that I have? Jesus Loza get 11 months more. What happened with us? We will lose it? We will lose those vacations because we are responsible for 23 years in this district? We're loyal to you, ladies? And what happened with us? We are in the air. We need a guide, we need a meeting, we need to see face to face, we need answers. These ladies in here, we are in here tonight because we work without substitutes. Susan Condon was asked to take Fridays off like they already doing in the high school. 1 custodian, 2 custodians, 3 custodians absent. They had to pick up everything behind. We reported all the time to you and to my supervisor what happened when we are absent. By emails, with pictures, with apples and pears because our English is not the best. But they read the contract the way they want. Maybe we have to have more starting sections to learn how to read our contract. It's not my broken English. It's because they want it interpreted the way they want it. And this is not fair for us. This is not fair for us that they cannot find the money. As money is supposed to be in the door, waiting for us for 20 years. Not have to come over here as a clown and make these, if you guys respond me with just one meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, Miss Julie Radcliffe.
Good evening, President Thomas, board members, and superintendent. After much consideration, I must address the long-standing issues by countless employees standing at the podium who bring forth concerns only to feel ignored. There are some issues which should be transparent, and the board can and should respond publicly. Unfortunately, the last time I respectfully expressed my views in a previous board meeting, I faced bullying from the former superintendent. This mistreatment reflects a larger pattern within the organization. Just like the public does not know what goes on in closed session, the board does not know what goes on behind district office closed doors. Members of executive cabinet can control the narrative as needed and have no qualm about misrepresenting employees. I have witnessed and experienced this, often becoming their scapegoat. It's worth noting the HR department has lacked an experienced leader since Diane Mansky left in 2018. Consequently, Ms. Romero and I have struggled with the revolving door of inexperienced individuals, leaving us to shoulder additional critical responsibilities that we had to learn on our own while also keeping up with our own desk. At times it was difficult, and sometimes not enough hours in a day. We were not perfect, yet we remained dedicated to the employees and student success. During my current medical leave, I felt shamed and dehumanized learning about my layoff through a posted agenda without prior notification. I'm sure I will be labeled a disgruntled employee. However, I do not believe the full facts surrounding the HR reorganization process, layoffs, and hearing have been disclosed. I do not believe this action was solely about saving the district money. It appears personal due to my medical leave. At the March 2nd board meeting, the executive director stated there was no decrease in workload and 3 new positions would be created. The illusion given of the layoff was a cost savings to the district. Please ask for the financial analysis. This is clearly a smokescreen. When the HR department needed restructuring, and it does, and additional help, the opportunity was missed when the classified manager position was vacant twice during the previous school year. During my layoff settlement negotiations, in spite of my experience and seniority, I offered to step down to one of the new CSEA HR positions. This would have saved Debbie Platko from being bumped from her job as the Newark Junior High School office manager. The executive director refused, several times telling my attorney she can interview. These new position, job tasks, and responsibilities align with those I've been performing for 12 years. Therefore, I have the right to bump into these positions without having to interview. Additionally, school services report recommended reclassification rather than layoffs, a solution I was willing to consider. In the 2 previous school years, 2 principals were laid off and similarly instructed to interview for positions if interested. I witnessed these experienced administrators purposely and repeatedly overlooked in favor of candidates with no experience. We advised leadership this was an unfair hiring practice. I know this is exactly what will happen to me if I subject myself to interviewing for these new HR positions, since I was already denied them. What is going to change now? I have been subjected to mental and emotional abuse already, and to exacerbate that willingly would be cruel and cost myself undue stress. While stress is bad for everyone, for me, it can cause flare-ups to my medical conditions. Other employees have publicly expressed that standing up for what is right or blowing the whistle on what is wrongdoings is resulted in retaliation as well. Their accounts at board meetings are accurate based on my personal knowledge spanning at least 5 years. Let us not forget, one of the biggest is the pending FPPC investigation concerning a previous hiring practice. Again, there were some of us who know what happened, and we've been bullied into silence. While we can't change the past, we can hold the leadership team accountable moving forward and demand better and transparent communication, respect and support for employees. Our students are our customers, but without the employees to service them, our future is doomed. I will close with this. The biggest compliment I received in HR was I cared too much about my teachers, and that comment I will take with me always. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment from online?
There was none.
Okay. Next, we move on to the superintendent report.
Thank you, President Thomas, trustees, staff, and our wonderful community and friends. Well, oh, I'm sorry, is there some?
I'm sorry, did you want to make a?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, we did have a student, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, please, come forward.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Hello, esteemed Board of Trustees. My name is Gianna Hernandez, and I am a leadership student at NGHS. I'm speaking to you because at our school, we need better internet connection. There have been some days where in my language arts class, which is not very far from our library, which is where we keep the servers for our internet, we just don't have internet that day. And for that class specifically, it caused me personally a lot of stress because for the assignments that teacher assigns, they're usually due by the end of the day, and since I do sports and after school activities, by the end of the day, I need to get all my work done in school. And so when we don't have internet that day, it just completely throws off my schedule. And this is not the only class that this happens in. It happens in my science class, in my social study class. We just have the internet drop out and then come back, and it completely throws off our schedule for that day, giving students less and less time to complete their work. And I know that I will be leaving this year, but I don't want to have the 7th graders and the 6th graders coming later after me next year, having to experience the same stress and panic from not getting to get your work in, causing your grade to drop, causing your GPA to drop, not getting the right honor roll you wanted, all kinds of things. So I hope you will take into account my public comment and give the NJHS school better internet.
Thank you. Superintendent. Superintendent, would you please respond?
Right now?
Yes.
Oh, we will absolutely have better internet. It sounds to me like what we call a WAP or a router problem. So in other words, we have internet, but the funnel that it goes through to get to classrooms is not sufficient for the amount of bandwidth that we have. And we've had. And go ahead.
We actually do have a project in progress where
Good.
we're going to be replacing all of your access points.
Perfect.
So those will all be upgraded.
I think you can remember this. I think a WAP stands for what? Wireless access point. So you reminded me. That's what it is. That's what it is. And so thank goodness we have a project going. So you heard it. So it's coming. So thank you for your advocacy. It's exactly what I was talking about earlier. I really appreciate that. You're thinking about the kids of the future, and I'm so sorry that you went through that this year.
Thank you. So next we move on to the superintendent's report.
No worries. Absolutely. Well, President Thomas, members of the board, our staff, and our wonderful family and friends that are here tonight. Well, I am delighted that I am giving my first superintendent's report as superintendent of Newark, and I just love being here. And I entitled it Newark, New Beginnings, because I think this is an opportunity for all of us to have new beginnings for our district and really take our district to the next level. We have so many great things going on in this district, and I think if we all work together, all of us work together, we can make great things happen. So first of all, I wanted to express my appreciation to the Board of Education for selecting me, for the support that you've given us, and for the support I know that you will continue to give us moving forward so we can get this good work done, because it does really take a village, as you know. I want to give my sincere thanks to Dr. Milliken for the superb work that he did setting this district up for success during anytime you're switching leadership, it can be a very stressful, difficult transition. And from everything I heard and from working with him, I think he made it as smooth as you can imagine, an absolutely wonderful transition for everybody. And he really set me up for success. And if he set me up, I know he set a lot of people up for success. And not to mention that, but the moment we discovered we needed him to help us at Newark Memorial High School, he said, I'm there. I'll go over there and serve at that school till the end of the year. So now we have our catch-up meetings, our transition meetings over at the high school, and he's doing a great job there. So if you're watching, hopefully you're not, but if you are, thank you for all of your help, Dr. Milliken. I want to thank the entire Newark Unified School District team, everybody who's been bearing with me as I get my bearings in the district. It's been really great. I've had a wonderful welcome, and everybody has been so accommodating and allowing me to answer ask a million questions and hoping for answers, and it's been great. Also, I wanted to, the next slide's a good one, but we'll do that. But next, I also want to talk about what I've been doing this week. So if you listen to Plato, he said that the beginning is the most important part of the work, and I think what he's referring to is the foundation that's laid at the beginning of anything that you do. Yeah, there he is. Oh, we were gonna really talk about you here in a second with your own slide. So yes. Wow. That's awesome. Yes. We have something for him and everything. Yeah. So, yes. It's so cute. Isn't that awesome? Well, you want to do it now? Well, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Well, thank you to board member Diego Torres, who has been phenomenal. I hear you've been phenomenal this entire year. We got your mom to give us this wonderful picture of you. And thank you for your service. Speech? Go ahead.
First of all, my mom did me really dirty with this photo.
She got you good.
Yeah, she did. I don't even know what the context of this photo was, but I guess I'm standing next to a watermelon with the word puente in it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Being on the board has been a really interesting experience. I came in here having very little knowledge of anything that went on in the district. I didn't know what any of these acronyms were, NTA, CSCA, whatever. There's too many to list. I was very, very lost. And so coming in, I was very nervous because I felt like I was going to do the best job that I could if I was so uneducated. And so I learned a lot in the first couple of months. I learned from the previous board members and the student ones. I learned from Ms. Canales, who's been like one of my biggest helpers this year and helping me learn how to be the best person for this position. I also would like to thank Coach K too, because she's been a really good advocate for me and she's helped me along a lot throughout this journey, and also like the principal and then the administration at the school too. They have been really helpful with me and helping me come up with my school reports, helping me learn and just about the process. And I feel like I've gone through a lot in this district. If sitting here, like what I'm looking at now is a lot different from the beginning of the year. A new superintendent, a lot of new board members. I think we had like 3 new ones. And I got to learn about the superintendent process. I learned about how to appoint a new board member was, the interview process. I've just learned so much this whole year, and I'm so thankful for all of it, and I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to be up here. I'm not going to take it for granted because I know I had a special role at this district, and we've accomplished so much together as a team, and I know that this district is going to accomplish a lot more in the future, and it's just saddened that it's going to be without me. But I know my mom will be here, so I will still visit every once in a while, and I'm just so thankful for this opportunity to be on this board and work with all of you. And it's been a really wonderful year, so I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Could you just go back to my slide real quick? Thank you. Thank you. So I just wanted to mention that that this week has been all about the listening tour and listening to people. And I wanted to go back and talk about this because this is what people are asking us to do. They're asking us to listen. And that's what's needed, right? And so this week has been all about listening to the team, community members, and parents. And I think I've met with maybe 100 people or so this week, but that's sort of how I operate. And so I just wanted you to know that that's what we're in the middle of doing, is the listening tour. So those of you who have concerns and want to meet with me, please do call or email Ms. Croce so that we can sit down, because that's what I'm here for, and it's a very important part of our work and for building a foundation as a team. And then lastly, I just want to give a shout out to the Newark Junior High School PTSA for their pancake breakfast. It was amazing. The fire department was there. It was 1,000 degrees outside, but the pancakes were delicious, and they raised a lot of money for the school. So that was fantastic. Also, shout out to Newark Memorial High School Theater, who put on the Snow White musical. It was hilarious. I didn't get to stay for the whole thing, but it was a melodrama, and so the audience participated. It was great. And then lastly, on Tuesday, Trustee Thomas and I got to attend the DLAC and the LCAP committee and listen to the input and celebrate our wonderful parents who've been participating on those committees, one of which is now a board member, Trustee Pancarte. So anyway, we got to celebrate them, and it was just great to be there. And so I just wanted to let the board know that we have a lot of really good things and good people in this community, and I'm thrilled to be here. Thank you. And so also, it is also my practice to have my superintendent report really be a district report. And so I ask our cabinet members to also report out about what their various departments are doing and various schools are doing, so that we can keep everybody up to date. So we will briefly go through, and each of them have something. So
I'm up first, and I wanted to talk just a little bit about our substitute recruitment success we've had this year. In the fall, we increased our daily and long-term substitute rates, $220 a day for single-day absences and $250 a day for long-term absences starting at day 6. We collected some data now that we're nearing the end of the school year, and we have onboarded 50 new substitutes for this year, which is pretty significant. We are finally enjoying the fruits of our labor, and we're starting to see decreases in our unfilled absences, except for those you can't really prepare for first thing in the morning, but we are seeing an overall decrease. Subsequently, we're starting to see some decreases in our in-house subbing spreadsheets. I would also like to introduce Tina Presley. She has been supporting human resources for quite some time, and we recently revised the substitute placement clerk with a revised job description and title, simply clerk, human resources. And so Tina became an official member of human resources in the position of clerk, human resources, the day after the last board meeting. And so I thought I would share that with the community. So for all of our teaching and all of our classified staff, if you need any support with absences, Tina will be here to support you. And speaking of substitutes, we're continually recruiting for substitutes. And so we've done posters and half sheets and trying to embed our substitute recruitment options for parents or community members who may be willing and have a flexible schedule to do such. So a bachelor's degree is required. And actually, if you have 90 or more units towards a bachelor's degree, we can support you with moving forward in our recruitment process. Like I mentioned, more competitive rates with our nearby districts, and we will support you every step of the way to secure your emergency substitute permit with CTC. So if you're interested in looking and applying, we use the platform called EdJoin. You can also call, look up EdJoin yourself, or hold your phone up, and there's a QR code that will take you right to EdJoin.
I guess I'm next. So as part of business services and facilities this week, we met with our superintendent, Dr. De Leon, and our MOT director, Diego, another acronym, Maintenance, Operations, and Transportation. We discussed plans to beautify our schools because we know how important it is to have a really good-looking learning environment, and a couple of priority items. In particular, at Newark Junior High School, we have a couple of projects in progress. We know that the track and field needs some work in terms of some maintenance items, the mowing and the landscape, some grading and leveling of the track, and repairing and upgrading the long jump run and the pits. So we're working on that. And also the plumbing repairs that they've been experiencing with the restrooms. And we know that year-end activities are coming up. We want to make sure that our schools are prepared and they're all looking nice and welcoming for all of our parents and students. And lastly, the 23-24 budget is on its way. It will be presented at the June 1st meeting. And our business staff is busy working on finalizing all the details of that report.
All right, as part of a joint effort, May is Appreciation Week for both classified and certificated staff. So as a joint effort, we did celebrate our staff. The board also participated in some of this as well, delivering goodies to schools throughout the week. And we know this is a small gesture, but we continue to show our gratitude every single day. We also have, I have a series of slides, but I have to be honest, May is a celebration month. And so these are just a small selection of really a ton of celebrations that are happening at all of our school sites. So I just want to encourage families to check in with their school sites, their principals. This is just one celebration where we had about 40 countries, 361 schools participated in an art contest that integrated environmental literacy. And we had winners from Kennedy that we wanted to showcase tonight. So one of them, and their statements are available for the board to read later, but one of them was a fourth grader, Santiago, with Motherfly. We have The Woodland Sunset by Eleanor B. in third grade. We have Mahika S. as The Clouds Pass By in third grade. We have Forest in a Glass by Fiona B. and Kaya K. Simple but Special. And I took just one snip of her statement. She said the theme indicates how some moments are so simple, but the time and place you are in makes it so memorable. And I thought, how much more perfect of a quote for May. So we just wanted to share our winners again and give them a round, of applause, not right now, but later for all of their hard work. We also have Mission Valley ROP announces we have another photo of Member Torres tonight. They announced their Student of the Year scholarship winners. So we have Ryder Kendall from Advanced Manufacturing Program and Shane Tavares from Construction Technology. So I believe Member Thomas was there. And so I thank you for those photos so we can share those tonight as well and celebrate their amazing accomplishment. Oops. We also had our induction colloquium. So these are our new teachers and our mentors, so both mentees and mentors of new teachers who they have their preliminary credentials and are now working to clear their credentials. It's about a 2-year process. And so we celebrated them at the end of the year, and we wanted to showcase them and celebrate their hard work as well. We have Family Science Day at the park with our Lincoln Leopards. We had Bayside, Alameda County Water District, Don Edwards, Ohlone Humane Society. We had a rep from Assemblyman Lee's office, as well as Tim Orozco. We had a series of fun events, and we have one coming up for Kennedy soon. Our college and career fair, we had 150 families participate, 28 booths, and 30 workshop opportunities. Again, we had Member Thomas there with opening remarks, along with our mayor of Newark. And so really want to give a shout out to Heather Decker and her team for putting on this event with amazing counselors at Newark Memorial High School as well, who really put in all of their time and effort to make this a success. We also have this is for our parents. Our parents also graduated. So we want to recognize some of our parents who participated in Project to Inspire workshop. It is put on by CABE, and they've done a series of workshops coming in once a week. And so they were also celebrated just last night. We have, again, some upcoming STEM events, but trust me, there are so many more events. We've got athletics awards, scholarship awards at the high school next week. There's just a ton of amazing things, but these are a couple that we'd love to showcase. One is Family Night at Kennedy, and the other one is Student Code Showcase at the Star Lab at Newark Memorial High School. So we hope that everyone can come celebrate with us, and we appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. Very good.
Can I add just one real quick thing? In terms of all of those many things that Ms. Pierce Davis just mentioned, all those events, we met with our social media. Wonderful person, Jennifer Sachs, who's going to be working with us beginning July 1st, but she is now, and she's going to be posting all of those on social media in the next day or two. So if you want to check out our Facebook or our Instagram, you can find a list of dates of everything that's going on. So thank you.
Great, thank you. So, next we move on to staff report. And again, I will call on the superintendent to introduce this.
It is, that's a good idea because I'm not sure I know everybody yet. At this time, I'm going to introduce our Assistant Superintendent, Nicole Pierce Davis, who will introduce her science team.
Excellent. So we have quite a few teachers here to support, but first I'd like to introduce Leonora Rebasura, who is really supporting our STEM component of our STEAM initiative, and I'm going to allow her to introduce her team. Welcome.
Thank you. I'd like to just point out first and foremost, good old school scrapbook of work, feedback, drawings, stories from your kinder to second grade students who went on the field trips. So these are the hard copies. I just wanted to leave this in here with you if you want to enjoy some really cute, sweet, inspiring stories. So with that, good evening, President Thomas, Superintendent De Leon, Executive Cabinet, members of the board. I'm Leonora Basura, and I present the staff report as the Program Administrator of Science. The Newark UST, do you want the clicker? And we will do this in 7 minutes. The The Newark USC STEAM Resolution of 2018 is the foundation of the STEAM initiative represented here. It has two components: computational thinking, or the STAR initiative, science, technology, aerospace, and robotics, and environmental literacy, or NUGO, Newark Goes Outdoors. Over the past 2 years, led by the district science leadership team, we've defined and identified the vision, goals, and activities of these two initiatives and presented this to the board. We are so excited to present what happens when the shared vision and goals come to life in the classrooms. 4 teachers are here with me today to share their experiences with you. I will introduce them to you now, and then we will move on. They'll get to share later on. First is Pauline Kim, the technology TOSA and an ELD intervention teacher at Lincoln. Randy Wex teaches kinder first grade at Coyote Hills. Amy Hoxton Ramirez is a third grade teacher at BGI. And Julian Sumidobila is a K2 moderate to severe STD teacher at Coyote Hills. My STAR teachers. The vision and the goal of the STAR initiative is to establish a TK-12 computer science pathway. In 2020, we realized that if we were to improve the 5% enrollment in CS courses at Newark Memorial and encourage more girls, students of color, and underrepresented youth to enroll in these classes, we need to begin in elementary, and that's what we have the building blocks for. Maker spaces in the elementary become the venue for exploration, discovery, innovation, goes on to the integrated STEM in the middle school, and then the STAR Lab at the high school. Tonight, we would like to report back on the accomplishments of STAR at Newark Memorial and elementary schools to increase awareness and knowledge about computational thinking, which will ultimately lead to more students feeling confident to enroll in these courses. I will report about the STAR Lab on behalf of Jacob Goldsmith, the STAR Lab coordinator. These are the goals for the STAR initiative at the high school. Full opening of the Newark Memorial High School STAR Lab, which happened in December. And it has been utilized by 200 students during and after school. Establish a certificate of code. We will be graduating 8 seniors with a certificate of code in June, and 15 juniors are working towards this for next year. And the last one is the progress towards CS for all. And that means expanded recruitment into the APCS courses with a focus on growing equity and diversity, and completion of first lessons integrating programming into mainstream math courses. And I'll talk to you more about that later. Pauline's going to talk about the elementary STAR initiative goals.
Good evening, President Thomas, Dr. Leon Wiglum, and everyone else in the board and the executive cabinet. I'm Pauline Kim, and I've had the honor of being NUSD's technology TOSA for computational thinking and computer science. I've been able to demonstrate lessons and collaborate with our trailblazing staff on computational thinking and computer science lessons that use a problem-solving approach that integrates across all subjects. We have 28% participation amongst all our TK through 5 classes in the district. Out of that 28%, 58% of them have multiple lessons. And we are very excited by this. This year, our main focus on creating algorithms to solve problems. Algorithms are the heart of computational thinking because the solutions to problems are not simply an answer, they are algorithms. And algorithms are step-by-step instructions that solve a problem or complete a task. You'll see examples from our students later in this presentation.
Oops, what just happened here? Thanks. All right. A focal objective of the STAR initiative at Memorial is progress towards CS for all, the goal that all Newark Memorial graduates will learn some amount of programming. They use 2 approaches to work towards this goal: a student-driven recruitment for APCS classes. A diverse team of current CS students volunteered to visit all appropriate math classes and deliver a presentation encouraging enrollment in APCS, Along with showing off their own projects, they delivered a message of, I could do this, so can you. The second approach was to introduce smaller programming lessons into mainstream math classes, specifically algebra and geometry. This year, 2 teachers volunteered to audition these lessons in their classes of students who had 0 previous programming experiences. These lessons were taught by Jacob Goldsmith. Sessions were done during block days of 90-minute class time. Exit survey shows that 96% of students describe the lessons as slightly or super interesting. 85% of the students state that this activity increased their interest in learning programming in the future, and 4 students, all from the demographics underrepresented in STEM, went directly to their counselor to change their schedule and to enroll at APCS next year. With continued support, our vision is to expand these to a larger audience next year with a goal of reaching 100% of memorial students. The code on the top of the slide is from the student-facing portion of the lesson that was delivered to mainstream math classes with no prior programming experience. The code on the bottom was created by a student in response to a challenge: write a program to calculate values from the compound interest formula. All right, I'll let you sit on that. Okay. This was presented at the end of that lesson to combine programming with math science content knowledge. It gives us the ability to teach programming while also covering content area standards instead of allowing programming lessons to feel like additional demand on instructional time. Seeing the impact of one introductory lesson at Newark Memorial, we wonder what would have happened if those students were introduced to computational thinking earlier. Here are 4 teachers to tell us what that might look like now. First off, Brandy Wex.
Hi, I'm Brandy Wex. I taught kindergarten and first grade at Coyote Hills this year, and I've been both previously at Snow and then previously at Graham teaching kindergarten and first grade. Let's see, I was really grateful this year to have the support of all of our elementary TOSAs in my classroom for math and for SEAL, and then for our computational thinking. I really pushed myself this year to fully implement SEAL strategies after I completed the training last year. So I was working to fully implement SEAL strategies and incorporate language development strategies throughout my classroom. With Mrs. Kim's support, we introduced programming and debugging using storytelling in a unit about space. And we progressed to having my class complete more than 60 lessons of introductory coding from code.org. She helped me to build lessons that fit in with my existing SEAL units to use in our makerspace, including this week's final engineering task with biomimicry. It was invaluable to have Mrs. Kim's support in planning, preparing, and implementing these lessons. I greatly appreciated having a thought partner to troubleshoot with, and loved seeing the way that hands-on learning made STEM accessible to my young students. Our latest projects will be on display at my the final gallery walk from my class, which you've all been sent an invitation to, and you can come and have kindergartners explain biomimicry to you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Hoxton Ramirez. I teach 3rd grade at Birch Grove Intermediate. With the support of Leonore Rebasora and Pauline Kim, I was able to bring more CS lessons and activities into my classroom this year. The pictures you see here are from an unplugged activity in which my students used algorithms to program their robotic classmates to stack cups. They learned what bugs are in a program and what it means to debug. Beyond the computational thinking, my students practiced communicating and working together, as well as showing perseverance and respect. Working with Ms. Kim was essential in bringing CS lessons to our BGI campus. She gave ongoing support to one of our 4th grade teachers, and because of Ms. Kim, all of our 3rd grade classes received lessons in computational thinking. These interactive and engaging unplugged lessons included using algorithms to move their classmates through a maze, following a sorting network to put information in order, and using binary numbers. Most importantly, though, she's helping us teachers learn and realize that we are all capable of bringing CS lessons to our classrooms when we are given support and training. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Julian Sumudabila. I'm the K through 3 moderate to severe SDC teacher at Coyote Hills. It was, oh, sorry, let me find my notes. It was an absolute pleasure to work with Mrs. Kim and Mrs. Rebasura to introduce a lesson on programming and coding to my K through 3 SDC students. Mrs. Kim helped incorporate familiar motivators such as you can see in the pictures, Cat in the Hat and Tot on the Pot. They're very motivating characters in our classroom. She helped incorporate those familiar motivators into our lesson, and we were able to facilitate a meaningful first experience. There were many opportunities for learning, so it wasn't just a computer science lesson. There are many other learning opportunities for other important skills that are common in IEPs, such as language development, turn taking, following 1 to 2 step directions, and problem solving. Mrs. Kim was very helpful throughout the process and helped modify her lesson as needed. Our collaboration was a testament of the possibilities that can come out of a collaboration with a moderate to severe SDC classroom. Thank you.
Following up, after I worked with Ms. Julian, I went into Ms. Alicia's SDC class, grades 3 through 5 at Coyote Hills. Her students decided to write a program for her to become the robot in this lesson. Please enjoy this video of the students and Ms. Alicia, the robot. So, our next year's goals, oops, too cute, oops. All right, in the 23-24 year, our district leader science team for the STAR will be Ms. Rachel Bloom, Mr. Jake Goldsmith, myself, Mr. Sandeep Kundra, and sorry, I have my glasses on, and Maria Avila and Vanessa Lujan from Bayside. We hoped to develop our star print. We are going to meet at the beginning of June to create a star print that, like our green print that we have created for environmental literacy. We also hope to increase enrollment at the AP Computer Science principals, and they also have AP Computer Science A, which I don't know what everything's in there. And then we want to increase the collaboration of the elementary teachers in schools with myself. We hope that doing this collaboration, we build confidence and understanding in computational lesson planning. For example, we've actually started this with the SEAL units at Coyote Hills. We want to also build a strong foundation for students that as they move on to the secondary levels, they can see themselves as computer sciences, see themselves earlier and build this strong foundation that is not just for certain groups of people, but inclusiveness to all of our students. I would like to leave you all with this final definition of computational thinking as designed by Digital Promise. Computational thinking is an interrelated set of skills and practices for solving complex problems, a way to learn topics in many disciplines, and a necessity for fully participating in a computational world. Thank you.
So for NewGo, these were the environmental literacy plan goals that we presented to you last year. And we would like to just go through the slides and share more of this. These were the outdoor learning activities that we promised we would send our students to. All of the classes have gone except for the 9th grade, and that's scheduled for the next year. Next to that, these are the NewGo district science leadership team members who are looking into and evaluated all of this feedback. K2 feedback is right in front of you in the binders. The rest of the feedback are in surveys, and they're all linked to this. We analyzed that, and these were some of the things that, oops, sorry. All right. Oh, this is another data set that we wanted to look at because it's a new thing. We needed to make sure that we had enough data to evaluate the work so that we know how to proceed on. And these were the analysis of the NUGO. To a certain extent, the NUGO team. So the biggest pattern here is we realized that a big overarching sentiment that was expressed was that the real-world experience and the hands-on activities had a profound impact on students' learning, which is something that we had hoped for. There will have to be some more work with the green print, more work with coordination, but in the big picture, considering this was the first time we did this for all of the classes, we feel that we were very, very lucky to have worked with really good partners. We'd like to say thank you to Maria Huffer, MOT staff secretary, who coordinated 45 trips, 91 classes to 12 destinations. This is the environmental literacy component, the components of the environmental literacy plan that we attend to. And in the next slides, we're going to present to you some examples of this. And again, what happened after you just create the vision for about half a year, talk about the plans, it's really nice to see what it actually did to the students. And I hope I think the pictures will just tell more than the words can really say. So you have the kinders, and I think this is Ms. Weck's class at Reinhardt Redwood. And in Crab Cove, shout out to the naturalists, Felicia Walker, Michael Charnofsky, and their admin specialist, Selena Connor, for helping design and organize trips to Reinhardt Redwood. They really worked with us to come up with a program for students because they don't usually bring students there. Now, this is Crab Cove, and one of our teachers said, my kids and I love going to Crab Cove. Thank you. I will submit my teacher survey right away because I want to return next year. This was Ardenwood Historic Farms. Thank you to naturalists Sonia Gomez and Christina Garcia and Bernadette Cruz at Ardenwood. Feedback from a teacher, our students really enjoyed this learning experience. Some of them have never been on a farm and had no idea how farms function. This was eye-opening experience for most of our second graders. Oops, sorry. Our third graders went to Coyote Hills, and one of the feedback we got was every aspect of this trip was relevant to what we've been learning. They understood and examined the need to preserve indigenous language, culture, and knowledge to pass on to future generations. They were also concerned about the effect of people on marsh. Thank you to naturalists Chris Solitz and Aaron Blackwood and their administrative assistant Amita Prasad for making the coordination really easy. And then our fourth graders went to Tule Ponds. And one of our teachers said it was nice for the students to see actual changes in the land from earthquakes. It tied in nicely to our landforms science unit and extreme hazards writing unit. Thank you to Joyce Bluford for organizing really strong programs for our fourth graders. This is one of the science camps that our BGI students went to. The Monterey Bay. So this is one of the classes that went, and all the sixth grade classes went in December. Thank you to Carol Rose for organizing that, so all the classes, including STC, was able to go. For the seventh graders, the team from Alameda County Water District actually visited them during National Groundwater Awareness Week and taught them about aquifer construction, connections between surface water and groundwater, porosity and permeability, and contamination and remediation. So all the seventh graders were involved in that. And that's it. It's been a most interesting and exciting year of implementation of STAR and NUGO. Again, from just seeing it on paper, talking about it, to seeing this and reading those stories has been so very encouraging and motivating. We're also very grateful to all the teachers who said, yes, I will try teaching computational thinking in my classroom, but with Pauline, because I've never done it before. And yes, we'll go on a field trip to a new destination. We'll trust that you actually organize this well for us. So yes, a simple word that allowed us to open the world of our students to new possibilities and adventures. As we look forward to 23-24, we're guided by the first steps we took this year towards a stronger district-wide STEAM and truly prepare students for the world beyond. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll
Mr.
start
Torres.
first. I want to start off by saying I like the video you showed where the teacher was the robot. That was really enjoyable. It was like, oh, touched my heart right there.
Made me cry.
Yeah, I was like almost about to, but I was like, no, not right now. Can't. I also like the science camp one because I was actually there with the BGI. I was probably like somewhere hidden in that photo, and it was actually a lot of fun. And it's just wonderful to see that students are excited to learn about the environment and care about the stuff because it's a really important topic. And with computer science, I took computer science principles last year or 2 years ago, and I'm in computer science A right now. And it's really difficult because like I jumped into high school and having no prior knowledge of this, and it's really good to see that like students are starting off with knowledge coming into the high school with having this great knowledge of computer science because with our world right now everything is coming more on the computers, on the phone, so it's really nice to see that students are starting at a young age to learn how this stuff, to learn how to code because it's really difficult. It is really, really hard. And it can be challenging at sometimes, so to have that prior knowledge is really nice, and will make their lives a lot much easier when they get into high school and have to take these classes. And I'm glad that these classes are being expanded and people who never really knew about them are now having the knowledge of them because they're really fun classes. They're interesting to learn about, and I think it's important that everyone gets involved in some sort of coding. So I thank you for your efforts that you put in and the rest of the team over here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Nguyen?
Thank you, Ms. Robasora and Ms. Kim and the rest of the team for leading the way. I know that, when I was initially invited to one of the very first meetings in 2020, I didn't have expectations for you guys to be able to, have so much progress in such a short amount of time. And to see this, it really truly warms my heart how much work and dedication every teacher who's involved in this saying yes to trying new things and making sure that, to make a positive impact for all of our students. Because yes, computational thinking, building algorithms, those are all components that are going to help develop our math skills and help drive up the development of our students and to improve the test scores that we're trying to do. And I think that these programs that are being implemented, and especially also with environmental literacy, just seeing you guys, kicking that off and listening to it and being a part of that the last 2 years and really starting to shine and all of the students being able to have tangible connections to the environment and where they're living and they can learn from it. And then also tangible results in computer science when they create something on the back end and they'll be able to see it on the front end. So all of that stuff is wonderful, and I just really want to thank the team for driving it, and then also a special thank you to Ms. Kim for really inspiring and motivating our elementary school teachers. Oh, there you are. To do this work and to really help them thrive and really grow in progression from the elementary school over to the junior high and then onto the high school. So thank you for your tremendous hard work. I really appreciate it.
Member Hill?
Thank you, Ms. Rebasura, for the great presentation. So 2 questions. One was on a slide earlier, you were talking about the certificate of code, and I'm just curious what the requirements are to get the certificate of code. So that's question 1. And then question 2 is what are our thoughts around how we take these programs and where applicable align them to state standards, and then and this is under your STAR planning section. And then also what are our thoughts around how we ourselves measure the success of the program?
All right.
I guess I need to work on my STEM.
My recollection about the certificate to code, it had to do with attending at least some coursework, internship, and leadership. So there's very specific criteria that they had to, thank you. Complete each semester of Advanced Placement Computer Science A and Advanced Placement Computer Science Principles. Participate as a member in good standing in the Robotics, Rocketry, or Learn to Hack Club for at least 2 years. But for this year, it's just 1 year because we just started it this year. attend at least 6 to 8 plus NMHS team events each year for at least 2 years, or at least 1 year for this group, and complete at least one STEAM leadership. Individually or with a team, complete and present a significant CS project beyond class assignments. Individually or with a team, teach a lesson or series on a CS programming topic beyond class content. And individually or with a team, organize a youth community coding education outreach program. So you see it's academic, there's leadership, and there's community participation.
And that's for their certificate of code?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Wonderful.
And we have 8 this year and 15 working towards next year. And then the question about STAR standards, that's actually the focus of the STAR print. Now that we've figured out the strategies to recruit more students into the APCS courses, with Jacob Goldsmith leading the way at the high school, and with Ms. Kim leading the way in the elementary of getting more students aware of it, we have decided, we recognize the need for a K-12 STAR print, which basically is like an academic map. So we are going to build that, and part of that would be standards. We're going to use the CS frameworks, which are usually written in grade level spans. We will also be looking at resources, and to the usual question of like, we're going to start doing something else different. Are we adding something else? We're also going to find connections to what the teachers, especially the elementary, are already doing, and build on that, which is basically literature. So we are looking at the frameworks and making the connections to the courses that are being offered so that we can address assessment and really look at academic measures.
Great, thank you.
Did I answer all your 3 questions? Okay, thank you.
Anyway, I wanted to mention that I enjoyed visiting Cherry Hills Room 18 for their coding
Mr. Paul did this
showcase.
class yesterday.
And Ms. Kim for the great job you did with students and the great job they did with their music. What was it called?
It's a dance party.
Dance party, that's what it was.
Dance party on code.org. Accumulation of 6 lessons that we've done in a short period. It took us maybe about 8 weeks, meeting once a week. And they had some basic commands of coding, and they built a dance party.
It was amazing.
Wait,
They were
can
amazing.
you do a little demo for us? Like, do you have it memorized?
You know, we could do a little this and that. I've learned this is a this and that.
Oh my God, it
a
was
little bit of that. Drop
was
down.
fun.
Drop down.
So yes,
Yeah,
it was amazing what
fun,
they can do.
amazing, engaging. It was a great day for the kids and their parents.
Yeah.
A lot of them came to watch. It was great.
And thank you for coming and watching their hard work.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you.
Nice.
So next we move on to new business. 12.1, policy update, board policies and administrative regulations title changes.
Testing. Assistant Superintendent Pierce Davis, would you like to take this item?
So this is a relatively simple one. There are no changes to any content in any of these board policies. However, it was really important to the board that we change the titles so that our community can access these policies online quickly and efficiently, and they align with other districts. So that is simply what this is. This is an opportunity for us to switch those titles over. However, we still have some work ahead of us, specifically this summer around really updating the content. But in the meantime, it's important that our community has access. So that is what this agenda item is. I'm happy to take any questions.
I would suggest that unless there's no questions, that we approve it on the first reading. So I would entertain a motion for that.
I'll make a motion to approve this agenda item. Do I need to state it? And waive the second reading.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Ms. Who's going to second it? Okay. Diego?
No,
Fawn seconded it. Oh, well, first I need to repeat the motion. Motion was made by Member Jones and seconded by Member Nguyen. And just so I don't forget, Student Member Torres, how do you vote?
Yes.
Please vote.
Thank you. Votes are in. 5 aye.
The next item is a memorandum of understanding between CSEA and NUSD concerning compensation.
Hello.
Hello.
Executive Director Ingham Waters, would you please take this one?
Sure, thank you. So back in November, we came to an agreement with CSEA regarding all of the articles, but in particular compensation. However, just this past April, we settled with our Teachers Association for a higher compensation package. And so this memo of understanding reflects our meet and confer and an increase to their compensation package that aligns with NTA. So just for review, a 10% salary increase this year, retroactive to the beginning of the year, a 2% salary increase July 1 of this upcoming school year, and an additional 4% in January of 2024.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Member Nguyen moves to approve. Member Jones seconds, approving the MOU with CSEA and NUSD concerning compensation. Please vote. Oh, member, is this personnel? Can he vote on that? No. Okay, so please vote.
Thank you. Votes are in. 5 aye.
Okay. Next, item 12.3, an MOU between NUMA and NUSD concerning compensation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Similarly, the district met and conferred with our NUMA leadership, and so we have a memo of understanding, also with an increase to compensation that matches NTA and, as of a few seconds ago, CSEA.
May I have a motion?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Member Nguyen moves to approve. Member Jones seconds. Item 12.3, MOU between NUMA and NUSD. Please vote.
Votes are in. 5 aye.
Thank you. Next, consent agenda personnel items. Item 13.1 is the personnel report. May I have a motion?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Member Nguyen moves to approve. Member Plancarte seconds. Please vote.
Votes are in. 5 aye.
Thank you. Next, we move on to the consent agenda, non-personnel items. I would ask for, unless any member wishes to pull or any member of the public is asked to pull any of these items. Seeing none, I would ask for a motion to approve item 14.2 through 14.12.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Member Jones makes a motion to approve.
I'll second.
And Member Plancarte seconds. Student member,
Yes.
please vote.
Votes are in. 5 aye.
Next, we move on to student expulsions. The board discussed this in closed session, and I would ask for a motion to approve the staff recommended placement.
I move to approve the recommendation to readmit the student into NUSD as it relates to the expulsion case E2122-17.
I second.
Member Nguyen makes a motion. Member Hill seconds. Please vote.
Votes are in. 5-0.
Thank you. Next, 16, Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, and debrief. Pardon? Oh, I'm sorry, 15.1. Oh, that's right, sorry. 16.1, appointment of Board of Representatives to committee, and I can understand why you are interested in this one. Because Member Plancardi's vote or name is not on this list. So we have a list of committees, and we certainly would like our newest member to be on one or more committees. So how should we proceed on this?
I mean, I see that there is no alternate for the Mission Valley ROP, so I mean, I can be an alternate.
I would think that would be a good idea. Thank you.
Are there any people who want to give up any position?
I would like to give up, I'm on 3 different as the representative in the first category. There's not much to do at this point, but the bond parcel tax committee, I would be happy to give that up so that she has one, so that Member Plancarte has a representative and an alternate position. It's not much, but.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. It may become a big, important one.
Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the gift.
You don't have to take it, it's okay. I will force it on you.
It's okay. I'll take it blindly.
Are there any other changes?
Would you consider taking any alternate positions for either SELPA or EBIC? Member Plancarte? Either SELPA or the Regional Policy Board of Special Education or the Newark Teacher Induction Advisory. There hasn't been any meetings so far. Would you like to be an alternate for any of those?
You don't have to take any since that other one's potentially really big.
Which one?
The bond parcel tax.
One, if it becomes really, you know.
And
I'll
what?
take another alternative.
What?
The induction one's a good one.
Okay, I'll take the induction for 1,000.
Well, since you're trying to remove me from the alternate, I can't give you 1,000, so I'll just stay on the committee.
I'll take the induction for 0.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Croce, have you figured all that out?
I believe I have, thank you. So it feels like everybody's got 3, a couple of alternates and at least 1 committee.
Okay, could you read them and then we can make a blanket vote on it just to make it official?
Sure, so you want me to cover the entire chart so
Yeah.
that it's updated? Sure. So what we have now is Mission Valley, the ROP. We have the representative will be Nancy Thomas, and the alternate will be Karina Plancarte. For the Regional Policy Board, Special Education, SELPA, that will remain the same. Catherine Jones is the representative, and Fong Nguyen is the alternate. For the Newark Teacher Induction Advisory Council, formerly EBIC, the representative will remain Member Hill. The alternates will the alternate, excuse me, will be Member Plancarte. For the Audit Committee, there are no changes. Member Hill and Member Jones remain the representatives. Member Nguyen remains the alternate. For the bond parcel tax, the representative will remain Member Nguyen and Member Jones.
Oh, no.
Wait, no, I got it. You're good, you're right. So for the bond parcel tax, excuse me, Member Nguyen will remain, and Member Plancarte will replace Member Jones, and the alternate will remain Member Hill. And for the City of Newark Liaison Committee, the representatives will remain Member Nguyen, Member Thomas, and the alternate will remain Member Jones.
I would just like to state that if the bond parcel tax becomes too much for a mother of small children, and I don't have small children to work with, we'll do some adjustments if the time arises, because I have more free time, and so.
Okay. Thank you for being so thoughtful. I appreciate that.
No problem. I wasn't thinking about that when I suggested
Okay,
it.
Member Nguyen?
Thank you, President Thomas. So for the City of Newark Liaison Committee, we had just temporarily decided to hold off on meeting until our new superintendent has been appointed. So we have appointed our new superintendent, so we would like to make that reconnection with the City of Newark.
We can absolutely do that. In fact, they've invited me to their next meeting, so I think I'm going to that, and so I think that is just going to happen. So
Okay, perfect.
we'll start
Thank you.
to get some dates. Thank you.
Thank you. So could someone move that those appointments that were just read out be approved?
I move that the appointments that we just read out be approved.
I'll second them.
Member Hill makes the motion and Member Jones seconds. Please vote.
We'll do this one as a roll call. It wasn't set up as
okay.
so my apologies for that. So roll call vote. Member Torres, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Nguyen, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Plancarte, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Jones, how do you vote?
Yes.
Member Hill, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Member Thomas, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to 16.2, Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests. We'll begin with Member Torres.
To start off, the College and Career Center person who's in charge of it, Mr. Rich, I think it goes by. Sorry, he's very new. I met him a couple times. He wants to invite all of you to the awards night on May 23rd. I have no idea what day of the week that is. Let's see, May 23rd. That's Tuesday, so next Tuesday, and it starts at 6:30, and it's going to be the old gym. He says to arrive at 6 o'clock, and you won't be required to do a speech. I guess he wanted to make that clear.
Okay.
And so that will be next Tuesday in the old gym. And so also I would like to request, as it's my last board meeting, to everyone have a great summer, have a great time in the nice weather, enjoy the weather. I feel like we're always stuck in here, so let's go outside, let's get some nice weather. Ms. Kochi, I hope you get some fresh air. You've worked so hard over there with the computer, typing away. And so I hope everyone just has a really good time, and I hope to see all of you at graduation.
Member Nguyen?
Thank you. I just wanted to really appreciate our student board member, Diego Torres, for all the hard work and dedication that he's put into being on the board with us and as a member of our team. And like you said, there was a learning curve, and I think that you've surpassed it, and you have been very complimentary to the rest of the board members, and your student perspective and your advocacy for the students is something that I truly admire about you, Diego. So I'm super proud of you, and I'm super proud of where you're going to be headed next year, wherever you decide. And I know that you definitely work hard with your schooling and academics, and you will be a huge success wherever you land. So I have total confidence in that in you, and I'm super, super proud. but I do have two requests. So, the first request is I would like information regarding employee evaluation process and policies related to each bargaining unit. In addition, in addition, is a request for information about training processes provided to classified staff, including maintenance, recess monitors, and our paraprofessionals. The reason for the request is that I, as well as the community members, would like to be more aware of the process the district is following with regards to providing our staff the tools they need to provide a safe environment for all of our students. This information can be sent via to the board via email, or if staff would prefer to do a staff report. But that's my ask, and I hope that our fellow board members are in agreement.
Could I ask for clarification?
Sure.
Real quickly. Training for, could you list the training again? Training for who?
For classified staff.
Classified, okay.
I know that we talk a lot about PDs for certificated employees, but we never really talk about training for our classified staff. So I just want to make sure that all of our staff have proper tools to be able to do their work and also to be able to keep our site safe. So that's the request.
Okay, I think there's a consensus, depending on how much time that takes. We'll be flexible with when staff has to get back to us on those
Yes,
things.
yeah, there's no, it's a flexible request, and again, it doesn't need to be reported out. It could just come to us. Yeah, emails. Thank you.
Did you have a second request?
That was an add-on. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
Ms. Blancardi?
Thank you. I just really want to thank Olivia. I see you there. I attended, along with Member Jones and Nancy, the Special Olympics event, and that was just so great to see. It just made me feel so good that we are so active in ensuring that we're providing such program and participation to our students. It really does increase the equity for all, which is so important. So thank you so much for the invitation. It was great to see that, see the community members, the students, the families, and it was just, it made me so proud and it warmed my heart. And then just to recap on the Staff Appreciation Week, it was so great to see the teachers really being appreciated, and it was so fun. My kids, and along with their friends, they had such a fun time with that. So that's wonderful. And then also as a mom, I went to the Ardenwood field trip with the first graders just yesterday, and that was so great to see. The participation, and I guess it's not really, I don't know if it's a request, I'm not quite sure where this lands, but during the presentation, and I apologize, I didn't ask while they were here, the presenters, but really just what are the barriers that are in place, and how can we overcome them so that more of the elementary schools are participating in the field trips. I noticed that the upper levels, there's 100% participation, and I didn't see that with the lower grades, and I know that our community is very much wanting to see these initiatives more and more for all students. So I'm not sure if this falls under a request or not, but it's just really just to get more information about really what the future looks like, and really implementing it and providing access, and what are the barriers. And then another thing that I would also like to, there's some flexibility there, is I understand that the intervention funding was removed from the LCAP, and really I just want to understand what is going to take place. I have a son who's participated in intervention, and it's really just a matter of wanting to understand how that's going to impact our families and our teachers. And so I'm not sure exactly how that ties into a request, but just what's going to happen. What does the future look like with LCAP not having approved intervention funding, and how that's going to impact our students and our teachers, and overall the equity for all the students who need that the most.
That's going to be a board report. The whole LCAP, huge reduction in funds, but you'll find all that.
I too would also like to thank Olivia for the opportunity to come to the Special Olympics. I had Delilah with me, and she thoroughly enjoyed being there and watching the kids and playing with Miss Rengel's son. So I appreciated that very much. It was a fabulous day, and I wish we could have stayed longer because it was a lot of fun. So thank you for that. I have I have a question. I'm not quite sure if it's really a request or a question. I know that we have robotics at the 8th grade level, and then the STAR Lab is really, or the STAR program is set up for 11 and 12th grades. What are we doing to bridge 8th grade and 11th grade for those kids who take robotics in 8th grade, and then what is there for them to keep them on that pathway in 9th and 10th before they can get into those upper division classes? So that's something that I would really like to have us look into. And I know it's going to take some time, but I think it's important to really build that and to make that happen for the students that gets really hooked in the junior high level, and then they have to wait 2 years, and that's such a letdown.
Sorry to interrupt. At our school, we do have the rocketry club and robotics, so I know those are very active clubs because there's some clubs that aren't very active, so if they want to, they could join those clubs because they're very cool and they can continue that foundation. As for classes, though, they have to continue to wait, so I think we can look room for that, but for clubs, there are rocketry and robotics at our campus.
Okay, and any grade level?
Yeah, anyone can join.
Fabulous. That's great. That's a good start to get those, keep those kids motivated. The other thing that I have been thinking a lot about is the name. What is going to be our name? What are we thinking about in terms of the middle school? We call it Newark Junior High, but it's a middle school, and I feel like we've gone for a year now. And it seems to me that it would be really important to have a new name for that school. I don't know if we can do it for next school year because I think it's important to get student buy-in with that, or community buy-in, but I really think we need to move forward on this. It's not something that we should wait too much longer to do.
I've got it on here. I'll send everybody the board policy around school naming, and then we'll have a conversation.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, committee reports, none. Announcements. Diego, just want to thank you for your service this year. So, as you've noted, it's just in general hard being a board member, but I think particularly so if you're also a high school student with a full course load and APs and applying to colleges. And so thank you for all of your service. And I hope that you will proudly wear this swag at UCLA next year. It's UCLA, right?
It's the right colors.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
The UCLA colors, you did.
All right. Excellent. So that's my announcement. And then my requests, I have two requests. So the first one is we've had members of the public come and speak about the vacation issue. And this is the second time that this issue has come up. And I know that we've briefly discussed it in closed session, but I think it's a really important issue, and I'd like for us to take a second look at it in closed session. So that's my first request. Okay, and then my second request is piggybacking on Member Plancarte. So over the past year, maybe even longer, I've had a number of teachers reach out to me through email and talk about the intervention issue and needing additional support. And I know that in some of the presentations that we've seen where we've looked at iReady data and we've looked at the fact that over time we have challenges with maintaining performance, and anecdotally I know that a lot of the teachers are feeling that at least one root cause could be language, and I certainly know from my own training that there's a lot of studies out there that talk about how, there's the difference between playground language and academic language, and that if you don't have that acquisition, and if the only place that you get it is at school, and you're not able to get it, that's one of the reasons why kids fall further and further behind. And so I'd like to make sure that we really, at the end of the day, there could be multiple root causes, but I don't want us to just, maybe ignore this, because I've heard this from a number of different sectors that this could be an important differentiator in helping our kids stay on track and help them thrive and succeed. So that's my second request, and it's not really an urgent issue, but I think that I just want us to look at it.
Thank you. So I would like to also mention Ms. Rangel's work to get all of our students to the Special Olympics. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Congratulations on that. I went to college and career night. I enjoyed that. And ROP student awards this week. And we just had an ROP meeting.
One of our MVROP award winners this year.
Can you come and tell us what experiences you had at ROP? And about the award?
For ROP, it was actually a really good experience. I got to meet a lot of new people. I really liked that program because, I got to meet people from, other schools, so, expanded some new people. I personally take the construction course. A lot of people, think it's funny to me, they'll make fun of me, but it's actually really good for, learning life skills that you need. And so far, it's been a really good experience. I was honored to get not just the Student of the Year, but I got the scholarship as well. So that was really great. Thank you.
By the way, there were very few scholarships given the number of students that were given awards, so that's really a nice achievement and a nice recognition.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Shane. Thank you. And trade skills are in demand, so I think you're doing the right thing.
Wait, Ms. Thomas, I'm kind of upset that you didn't include the photo with us in the presentation. You were in one of the photos, so you could have included that.
You were in the photo.
I was, but so was Ms. Thomas. She was also, there was another photo where you should have been in that one too. I gotta spread the love, Gotta enjoy the photos too.
I know. Okay. Anyway, I just had an ROP meeting today, and we approved the superintendent's evaluation. He gave us a real detailed list of all of his accomplishments, or the ROP's accomplishments over this year, and their budget, and it's looking good, but he wants me to lobby the district for pass-through funding, COLA, to give COLA in the pass-through funding. But that's another.
She's like, oh, no.
Actually, ROP has a very healthy reserve, and its finances are in very good shape because of its CTIG grant and workforce grant that it's gotten. So it's not urgent or anything, but maybe in the future, if those grants don't come through, we'll be in trouble. But anyway, so hey, thanks everyone. It's been a great end of year so far, and still more to come. And I'm looking forward to all those celebrations and promotions and graduations and awards ceremonies.
One more request, sorry.
Sure.
So I know that when we look at calendars for the end of the year, we have a board meeting, and I have 8th grade promotion, so I'm going to be late to the June 1st meeting. But I think when we have dates that are coming up for any of the, promotional stuff and graduation, that it or even big events, like music events at the junior high or any important event that the board would like to come or go to or be present at. I think it's really important that it doesn't coincide with our board meetings. And I know that we're going to be moving them to Tuesday, so hopefully it'll have lesser of an impact for next year. But just something to keep in mind. So it's really not a request, but, and then lastly, I just really want to appreciate all of our parent participation, all of our parent groups, the PTSAs and the PTOs at all of the sites, the elementary school and the junior high and the high school. There's so many things that they do all year long, fundraising and helping, volunteering in classrooms, and then also helping out at the end of the year and really making this month really special for all of our teachers during teacher appreciation and staff. And I just wanted just to say thank you, parents, for all the hard work that you are committed to throughout the school year for your student, not only for your own child, but for all of the kids that are at the sites and throughout the district. So thank you for that. And then lastly, thank you to our executive staff and our teachers and all of our staff. Thank you for all your dedication and hard work. And we're almost there at the end.
Superintendent, your
Final thoughts. Since we were speaking of big events, I do want to remind everybody that our retirement longevity reception is tomorrow. If you're watching at home, it's going to be at the Newark Community Center on Cedar at 4:30, from 4:30 to 6 tomorrow, and come help us celebrate all of our amazing employees who have dedicated sometimes your entire life to a school district, and let's celebrate them. And also those who have put in different terms of longevity, 5 years, 10 years, 20, 25. You might know some of those people, so come on out. Tomorrow, Newark Community Center at 4:30. And then also, Nicole has an answer about the question about the field trips and the difference in the number of kids going to field trips. So, oh yes. You want to do it in the board report? We can do it in board report? Okay. All right. Then that's it for me. Everybody, thank you for a wonderful meeting. Thank you to everybody who's, I'm sorry? We're pointing to something. I'm sorry. Oh, yes. Oh. The switch, yes, I don't.
Oh.
Come on up.
I'll be introduced today.
Please introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. My name is Joy, and I'll be the new board member next year. I look forward to working with each and every one of you, and I'm attending meetings every Tuesday.
All right.
Yay! Thank you.
Well, welcome aboard, Joy.
Welcome. We're excited to have you.
Thank you.
That is it.
All right. With that, may I have a motion to adjourn?
I will motion to adjourn the meeting.
Diego motions to adjourn,
I'll second.
and Kat seconds. Please vote. Member Torres?
Yes.
Give me a second.
Can you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, we can do a roll call vote. So, Member Torres, how do you vote?
Happily, yes.
And Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
Member Hill?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
It's unanimous.